We'd like to get started. We'll start with a pule by Commissioner Nevis.
Good morning, Chair. Just before we get started, I wanted to thank, first of all, the department for coming to Kauai. You know, we do this once a year, and also the commission, all of our volunteer commissioners. And we have a large contingent of our beneficiaries from the West Side. I've been spending some time in the West Side the last month, and it was always good to engage our West Side, our East Side, West Side. Sometimes we don't get to do that. So I'd like to call on Auntie Moki and our Ohana from Nihau to do our blessing.
Yes.
Yes.
Please.
You can sit down, Auntie.
Kai noa ka makua, a me teiti, a me koane marene, a me ne mahari tu no na mea pau o te ala e hana ia nei, amen.
Mahalo, please.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, let's see. The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held live and in person at the Hilton Garden Inn, Kauai, Wailua Bay, 3-5920 Kuhio Highway, Kapa'a, Kauai, 96746, and virtually via Zoom. Carly Watson, Chairman of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, and today's date is Monday, August 19th, and the 2024, and the time is 9:36. Leah, will you please call?
Commissioner Freitas.
Here.
Commissioner Kalekini is online.
Aye.
Yeah, okay. Commissioner Kalepa.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaniakua is also online.
Aye. Missing you folks.
Commissioner Lasua is also joining us virtually.
Aye.
Good morning. Commissioner Marfil.
Ew.
Commissioner Namu'o will be joining us later. Commissioner Nevis.
Aye.
Chair Watson.
Here.
8 members present. We have a quorum.
Okay, approval of the agenda. Please disregard agenda exhibit E-1. Lists the Puhona lease awardees, which were already approved last month. We'll start with public testimony on agenda items, followed by the consent agenda. Item D5 will be taken out of order at that time. The commission will recess at noon for lunch and executive session. And tonight's DHHL community meeting will be at the King Kamuali'i Elementary School cafeteria starting at 6:30 a.m. or p.m. Excuse me. Have a motion for the agenda?
So moved.
The second?
Second.
Nevis, Marfil.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Are there any edits or amendments to the July 15th and 16th, 2024 meeting minutes?
Yes, Chair. I'd like to bring forth the correction to motion and action on pages 4, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, and 20. It has Zachary Helm in the minutes.
Any other comments or edits or amendments?
Apologies, we will make the amendments. Do you want me to bring it back next month or just change and approve it?
Either way, whichever one. Bring it back then.
Okay, sounds good. We'll bring it back.
Sure. Let's see. With the proposed amendments, I have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, the first person for public testimony, Claire Niheu.
So I'm sorry, were you gonna do E1, the updates for Hanapepe or not? Because that's what I wanted
No,
to
I think we took
testify.
that off, right?
Yeah, we took it off.
We took it off.
Yeah, so that was my testimony
Yeah.
about, so, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So Chair, we won before the update. We're going to do that at the community meeting?
Yeah, we do it.
Okay, okay. So Anthony, just for clarification, it'll be done at the community meeting tonight. Okay, thank you.
Wait,
Thank you, Chair.
but if she wants to testify, the public testimonies, we have to do that now.
Yeah, on the public testimony, if you want to do it now or not, your call.
There's no public testimony.
Okay, what's the next one? Okay, the consent agenda. Juan Garcia?
Good morning, Chair, members of the commission
Morning.
here present and those online. Good morning. I didn't expect to be here this early. But Juan Garcia, again, for the record, my name is Juan Garcia. I'm the Homestead Services Division Administrator. And we have 10 items for your approval this morning. D2 is approval of consent to mortgage. D3, approval of streamlined refinance of loans. D6, approval of homestead applications by way of transfers and cancellations. Approval to certify applications of qualified applicants for the month of July 2024. D8, commission designation of successors to application rights from the public notice in 2023. D9, approval of leasehold interest. D10, approval of amendment of leasehold interest. D11, approval to issue non-exclusive licenses for rooftop PV systems. D12, commission designation of successor for decedent Nolan Mahuka, lease number 8308. And finally, D13, commission of designation of successor for decedent Doreen Kanahele, lease number 8881.
Any comments or questions about any of the items? If not, entertain a motion to approve.
Chair, excuse me. Chair, I got a quick question.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, Juan, thank you, Juan. Yeah, I just want to get clarification on item D8. So I was reading, and a lot of the applicants, you know, their deaths were like years ago, and like only now we're finally getting this. And you probably explained this to me, but just for my clarification again.
Yeah, I guess sometimes death takes place without notification by the Ohana. So
Okay.
as soon as we receive notification of death, we place them on the next available or scheduled public notice.
Right. And I noticed in a discussion, it says that the last 2 consecutive Sundays of November for the year that the department is notified. So throughout the year, from January or maybe December and of the previous year to October, we get all these notifications. Then in November is when we put out with the publishing with the newspapers. Is that how it works?
That is correct, Commissioner. We publish the notice for deceased applicants usually around November of each year.
Okay. Well, that's helpful. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome, Commissioner. Thank you for the question.
Any other questions? If not, is there a motion?
So move.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
D5 is for information only. Dean Oshiro is here to, I'll get him. Dean Oshiro will provide the PowerPoint presentation for you this morning.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
I have just an information. The action item is up for decision-making tomorrow. Being handed out to you is the draft of the memorandum of agreement. So if you have any questions, and you know, when you guys go back to your hotel room tonight, you can read them. You come back tomorrow, we'll have the further discussion need be. But for today, it's just gonna be information on the actual MOA. Okay. So what we have, again, MOA memorandum agreement, between the department and Hawaii Lending and Investments, which I will refer to as HLI. So HLI, so those commissioners who've been here for several months, you've noticed we've been coming here recently. We've had these similar MOAs with Hawaii Community Lending. We've had them with Kauai Federal Credit Union. Now HLI is also requesting the same to guarantee their own direct loans. And you will notice that they also are looking at interim construction loans, addition, retrofit, home improvement, renovation, and they're also including additional dwelling units that they want to finance and have the department guarantee. They also are looking at permanent takeout loans. And then one thing they want to look at is home retention and or prevention of lease cancellation. So if there's lessees who are having difficulties, they want to take over the loans and they want to try and service them themselves. So a little bit about HLI. They were founded in 2020 by the Shaw to increase the access to capital to the beneficiaries. Their target clients, of course, are the lessees, but also waitlist and businesses, Hawaiian homelands. They currently have 3 office locations on Kauai, Oahu, and Maui. So they're governed by the Homestead Association leaders from the 5 Mokupuni regional regions, Oahu, Kauai, Molokai, Maui Lanai, and Hawaii Island. This organization is led by their executive director, Rolina Fa'agai. The lending function will be led by Ms. Fa'agai along with Mr. Napali Wood, who is the chief financial officer. HLI also has a loan committee who will be approving or denying the loan requests. The committee members, Ms. Robin Danner, who's the chairperson, Lilia Kapuniai, the vice chairperson, and Mr. Wood himself as the chief financial officer. So some of the services that, again, what HLI does is they do consumer financing, home improvement, home retention, which is part of what our MOA is about, home mortgage support, homestead business, mercantile, and financing. They also assist farmers and ranchers, and they also do clean energy loans. The financial services is primarily to access for our beneficiaries to gain access to grant and financial capacity program, which is financial stability grants. They also do financial assessment and technical assistance. Some commissioners will recall that they have also been assisting one of our lessees who is in a contested case proceeding. They also look at home retention technical assistance, and they do trainings for the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. So again, it was real quick, but what it is pretty much the MOA in front of you for review is not for approval today, it is for tomorrow, so we'll be back. In case you have any questions overnight, or if you think of something, we'll be glad to answer them. But again, today was just information, knowing who they are and what this proposal is about. But again, for us at the department, anytime a nonprofit or especially dealing with the beneficiaries are willing to come up with a loan program to assist us and the beneficiaries, where we buy guarantee it, we're all for it. We're just giving the beneficiaries another opportunity, another source to finance their requests. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow, unless you get questions. See, I talk so fast.
Question?
Oh, okay.
Yes, one, did you say D5? Item D5?
Yes, this is D5. This is a workshop. It's just a PowerPoint presentation. The actual action is scheduled for tomorrow's agenda as item D4.
Okay. Thank you.
Because we don't have it in our packet, that's why.
Yeah.
Can Leah please send that to us
Commissioners.
online?
Okay.
I will email it to you as
The
soon as
MOA,
I get it.
yes, that was the distribution. Got it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, the next agenda item, F1, approval to issue a license agreement to Ko'olau Limu Project, Anahola, Kauai. Linda Chen and Kana, or?
Okay, aloha Commissioners, Kahana Abinu again, Income Properties Manager. Along with me, we got our Kauai Land Agent also, Kaipo Duncan. If we may, can we go to F3 first before F1 and 2? We got those individuals that are representing the 2 associations or the 2 entities that for F1 and 2 coming shortly. We wanted them to be,
Okay, we're switching over to F3, approval to annual renewal, right of entry permits and conversions to RP YI.
thank you. Again, LMD is recommending the approval to annual renewal of right of entry permits and conversion to revocable permits for Kauai Island. Again, recommended motion and actions that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve the following actions as listed under A, B, C, and D in your packet. If there are any questions to the sites for the right of entry locations, Kaipo is here to answer any questions if you have.
Sure. Yes,
Commissioner Nevis?
I just have a comment. I said, you know, when you look at our benefit, our list, the number of beneficiaries that actually have right of entries that are going to revocable permits, I think is important. It's unusual to see this many permits we actually have our native Hawaiians on it. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate the fact that you know, Kaipo over the last several months have been looking at all of these areas and trying to determine, you know, whether people were in violation or not. And, you know, it took a lot of time, a lot of work. There's quite a few here. Also, there's some increases in rents that need to be done, which are addressed in here. So I'm in favor of approving this moving forward. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? If not, would you like to make a motion, Commissioner Nevis?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
If it's okay, can we move forward with F1 and 2? Okay. Item number F1. LMD is seeking the issuance of a license agreement to Hosea Lovo Foundation Ko'olau Limu project out in Anahola Island of Kauai. TMK is listed in the submittal. Again, the recommended action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission authorize the issuance of a 30-year license agreement to the Hosea Lavo Foundation covering the subject areas as identified and described below to use a Limu learning site. Approval and issuance of this license agreement shall be subject to the conditions as noted in the submittal.
Hannah, did you have somebody want to come up?
Unfortunately, they're not here yet, so, I mean.
Sure, if I could comment.
Commissioner Nevis?
So this is a really important long-term disposition for our Limu practitioner. Sister Kaneakua has been doing this for a long time, and actually her father is one of the Konahikis of the area. And yesterday she had her first Limu festival, over 1,200 people. And Limu practitioners came from everywhere. It was a beautiful celebration. Unfortunately, being my age, I was out there for about an hour. It's too hot for me, but it was a great program. A lot of different associations, Sea Rider associations, Ko'olau came out with their medical tent and provided medical services. We had Kamehameha schools. We had a lot of different practitioners that are working on Limu projects throughout the state. So it's really, really important. I'm sure when she gets here, she'll be able to give us a little bit of background, but this is really important for our culture. And I'd look to have this approved so we can move forward. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, you want to make the motion, Commissioner Nevis?
So moved.
Second, is there a second? Second. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, carried.
Mahalo. Item number F2, LMD is seeking the issuance of a right of entry permit to Wak Ke'olapono Trades Academy and Institute out in Anahola Island of Kauai. TMK listed there. The recommended action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission authorize the issuance of a right of entry permit to Wak Ke'olapono Trades Academy and Institute covering the subject areas identified and described below to use as a construction trades learning site. approval and issuance of the right of entry permit shall be subject to the following conditions. Unfortunately, we don't have anybody here yet, but they can answer questions later.
Commissioner Nevis?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I didn't know they were going to put me on the spot like this, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm very comfortable with this. The Leviake Nahie, who's it heads up the Trades Academy, has done a lot of work for our community. He's actually putting together a program for our Kuleana area to come up with small buildings that we can get possibly approved once we get an architect to go into the Kuleana. They've done a lot of work helping seniors through their grant program, painting, a lot of stuff that's fallen apart. They're also working towards getting approved to be one of the vendors we can use for cleanups. We have cleanups, and we have a lot of cleanups around our areas that needs to be done. So we'd have to rely on the state program to come from the state. So again, this is another program, grassroots program. A lot of local kids from the area. I think he's up to about 24 students right now. Some of them have moved on to being tradesmen, and that's something that we really need for our community. So I approve this moving forward.
Okay, you want to make the motion?
And I'd like to make a motion that we approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried.
Mahalo, Commissioners. Just a reminder, we got F4 coming up under for information later. Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is C1 for information only. Appointment of a permitted interaction group, or PIG, under Act 279 involving the strategic plan budget revisions. Richard Holt.
Good morning, Richard Holt, Office of the Chair. This is item C1 for information only. Effective today, August 19th, the chair has appointed 3 commissioners, Lawrence Lasua, Archie Kalepa, and Walter Kamiakua to lead the PIJ to investigate and evaluate the Act 279 in light of new opportunities that have developed since the act was passed. This PIG will make recommendations, if any, to the strategic plan and its budget.
Any questions or comments?
Chair?
Commissioner Nevis?
Yes, and please, no disrespect to our new commissioners, Lawrence Asua and Archie Kalepa, but I'd like to ask that we provide them with the original strategic plan that took over 6 months to develop, the beneficiary study of 2020, the revised 279 plan that was done a couple of years ago. And so they have some background and moving forward, I think that'd be very important. And if they need to reach out to each one of the islands to their concerns moving forward, I think that would be appropriate as well.
Very good suggestions. We'll do that.
Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, we have some public testimony. Blossom Fatera.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Mr. Chair, mahalo for the opportunity to testify on item C1. And I might want to bring in C2 as well, since they're right next to each other and almost the same thing. But before I start, I wanted to preface that apparently there's been some talk story about my role as an advocacy director at Kupono Kaleo Kaina, and my involvement in working with the tenants at the courtyards at Waipouli. First of all, I spent 30 years in advocacy, and I've been primarily working with beneficiaries of the trust. But that doesn't mean that that's all I did. Okay, I've been working affordable housing issues statewide for not just beneficiaries, but people that need affordable housing in general. And so I hope that the work that I'm doing currently on Kauai does not affect your opinion or of the work that I do on behalf of beneficiaries. We started with Waipouli back in February of last year, helping a kupuna avoid eviction. And at that time, working with the tenants, and then not even knowing that the department was seeking acquisition until November of last year, we were surprised. And we immediately realized what the potential impact it would be on the current tenants there. And so we continue to work with them and looking for alternative solutions while working with beneficiaries on the island of Kauai in helping them support the development of Hanapepe, the 82 units out there, as well as working with and partnering with people like Hawaii Community Lending, HCDC, trying to get our beneficiaries involved in resolving their own issues. And so with that, my only concern about item C1 is the identification of possibly revisiting that Act 279 strategic plan and indicating in your submittal that you're looking at how to be able to get the biggest bang for your buck. Strategic Act 279 funds are limited now. You spent a lot of it. And there's a small pot, and I'm hoping that as a permitted interaction group comes together and start looking at these projects, that you remember the intent of Act 279 is that to support those projects that are more shovel-ready to move forward. We can no longer wait for other funding to come in from the legislature. We know that's a hit and miss every year. And so let's take advantage of what funds we have left to prioritize those budgets, that those projects that can move forward quickly and get that money spent down. So then we can go back to the ledge and ask for more money. Mahalo.
Okay, next agenda item C2 for information only, appointment of PIG to evaluate and make recommendations as to mitigation of Hilo Airport's impact on the surrounding EHHL lands. Julie? Sorry.
Aloha, Commissioners. C2 is for information only about the appointment of a permitted interaction group to evaluate and make recommendations to mitigate Hilo Airport impact on surrounding DHHL lands. So the permitted interaction group was appointed on August 19th, 2024. The purpose of this group is to evaluate and make recommendations to mitigate the airport's impact on surrounding lands, including Keaukaha Track 1 and Keaukaha Track 2. You know, while during the process of doing the EA for Kings Landing Kuleana Homestead Settlement, DHHL received comments from DOT airports that identified concerns with DHHL's settlement plan and the effect that it would have on the airport operations. DHHL responded to DOT that the Hilo Airport should not impede on DHHL's ability to provide homesteading opportunities on Hawaiian homelands, but would try to work with DOT airports to find solutions that would be acceptable for both agencies. Subsequent public testimony on the settlement plan draft and environmental assessment at the commission meeting in May was provided by Keaukaha lessee, and in his testimony, the lessee urged DHL to also work with the Hilo Airport to mitigate impacts to the existing Keaukaha homestead community, in addition to Kings Landing. So we're including both. The members of this committee include Commissioners Dennis Nevis, Walter Kaneakua, and Michael Kaleikini, who would serve as the chair of the committee. Michael Kaleikini, of course, is the commissioner for East Hawaii. And Dennis Nevis used to be, work for the airports, was the airport manager. So he's familiar with airport operations. Walter Kaneakua is, I guess, a pilot. So he is also familiar with the issues like with the runway and airport operations. So the committee's work is expected to be completed when the draft agreement with DOT airports and mitigation proposals are ready, and we'll be presenting it to the full commission for its consideration and approval.
Thank you, Julie. Any comments?
Yes,
Mr.
sure.
Nevis?
Yeah, I appreciate the fact that I've been asked to get involved in this. I spent about 30 years at the airport, so They've sent us a navigation agreement, which we're reviewing at this time. And I've reached out to some of my counterparts at San Francisco Airport to look at some of the navigation agreement to make sure that, we protect our beneficiaries and protect our homesteads. So it's not an easy process. It's going to take some time, but we'll do our best to get the right agreement that protects our trust. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments from the commissioners?
Chair.
Commissioner, who's that? Walter. Kaniakua.
Go ahead, Walter.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Thank you, Chair Michael. So, Walt Kaniakua, thanks very much, Julie, for the intro. I've got a career in military and commercial flying, but I've also got background in airspace and airfield management, trained for that, operated the airspace in Japan for our forces over there. So I've got a background understanding noise and the mitigation of airport conditions that affect surrounding communities. So thanks very much for adding me to the page. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So just a comment to start. So Julie, this and Chair, actually, this PIG is specific to evaluate and make recommendations to mitigate Hilo Airport impact. And this is not a continuation of the King's Landing PIG. That's correct, right?
As far as I understand, yes, it's specific to the airports.
Okay. However, I mean, I think this is a result of King's Landing, and that's fine. I just wanted to clarify that. And I also wanted to reach out to my fellow Commissioner Nevis and ask if he would be interested and willing to be the chair, given his vast experience with the airports. Dennis, didn't mean to put you on the spot.
For this PIG?
For this PIG.
Why, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dennis. And well, you already are a chair on the other PIG, so if Dennis said no, I would have asked you.
No. Thank you.
No,
Thank you for asking, Dennis.
Thank you.
No, but I do want to express appreciation to planning, Julie and Andrew, because when you guys had that first meeting, we wanted to get, the three of us, but we couldn't because of sunshine. But with this PIG, I'm very pleased and happy to be part of this PIG. Thanks, Chair and Julie.
Yeah, and I also want to, thank you folks, different commissioners. It's unpaid positions, as well as you get into these kind of detailed issues. It takes a lot of time, and we definitely, and I personally appreciate all you guys' volunteer work. Okay, next item.
Chair.
Commissioner.
Can I ask us to go back to F1? I see Nalani Kaniakua is here. If she can make her presentation for the Limu project.
Yeah, for sure.
And we also have Levias here too for the trades. Nalani, you on? She might be a little winded from her her Limu thing yesterday. Over 1,200 people showed up. This is the first one.
Congratulations.
It was a great job.
My goodness.
Welcome, Nalani.
Aloha mai kako, Kali Watson, Chair, and the commissioners. Mahalo for having me. I'm really shaken because when I walked in, I was told that you guys already approved. I don't know.
We denied it.
F1, so I'm still shaking. I'm totally, wow, I'm just so grateful, and I thank you guys very much. I actually called my team and told them they didn't have to come, our board members, so I apologize. We did put a lot of time and work into doing a presentation. I can share the link later so you can see the progress that we have done on the property since we got the lease in 2022. It has been a long weekend at the Limu Festival, 25 years of celebrating Limu And I'm just still floored at the amount of people that attended. So again, thank you so much. And I'm super grateful for having this lease extended and the work that we will continue to do for our community and our people to preserve our oceans, our streams and rivers nearby. Our mission is to restore, preserve and maintain the estuaries of Aliumalu stream and also the Anahola River to promote the life and wealth of the ocean through restoring Limu. So again, I thank you very much. Mahalo.
Thank you for all your work.
Thank you so much.
And wanted,
Naihe is with the Haleakala Trades Academy. Never come late to a commission meeting.
I know, right? Sorry, the crew all over the island. I gotta go check out everybody. Thank you so very much, Commissioner and Commission, Chair and Commissioners. Appreciate the approval for the right of entry for the property up in Anahola. Our plan is to, do our due diligence to see what we need to do to build a campus, construction-focused academy. It will be the first construction-focused academy in the state, and we're really proud of the work that we've done. So I appreciate all of you and the approval that we've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
again, thank you for your work.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, next item. Okay, the next item on the agenda is C3 for information only, the DHHL Nahaza Down Payment Assistance Program Policy. Lehua?
Aloha Chair, members of the Commission, Lehua Kinilau Kano with the NAHASDA program. With me is Ann Aarona. She's the NAHASDA program, NAHASDA Mortgage Loan Specialist. I really want to credit her and her work with the HUD technical assistance for this, for information only, DHHL NAHASDA Down Payment Assistance Program Policy. In the background information, we cite studies from 2017 that HUD did, as well as our 2020 study that reflects that for our beneficiaries, it's often the down payment that creates a barrier for homeownership. So we wanted to look at how we can address that issue. In addition to that, the regulations for the Native Hawaiian Housing Block Grant, or the NAHASDA funds that we receive, it allows DHHL to use up to 10% of the amount planned in its housing plan for its fiscal year for families whose income is 81 to 100% of the median income without HUD approval. If we go beyond that, then HUD approval is required. For the amount planned for this fiscal year that started July 1 and ends June 30, 2025, we had budgeted a little over 50 million. So DHHL may use a little over 5 million to provide housing for families whose income is 81 to 100% of the median income without HUD approval. So therefore, this DHHL NAHASDA Down Payment Assistance Program policy is really aimed at those families whose income is between 81 to a maximum of 100% of the area median income. And what it allows is to provide financial assistance to first-time home buyers to promote homeownership by supporting households with a down payment and or assisting with closing costs or interest rate buy down. So we can go into a little bit more detail. Essentially, the maximum amount of assistance is $45,000. The first $25,000 will be awarded with no required contribution. For any amount over $25,000, a 4-to-1 contribution will be required from the borrower's own funds. And down payment assistance is a one-time assistance and subject to a lease addendum restriction, requiring a portion of the grant be returned if the lessee fails to occupy the dwelling or sells or transfers the lease to someone who's over income. And we'll look at those situations as they arise. So we did include in the policy, besides the policy, gave examples of the application packet, as well as the lease addendum. So people are well aware upfront of what some of the requirements are. That's the intent. We're here to take any questions, if anyone has any questions.
Commissioner Neves?
Yes, Lehua, thank you for this presentation. this is good news for our folks that are 80, between 80 and 100%. Sure, you've been hearing that for a while. Is this program available now?
So until the commission first needs to accept the policy. So you know how I like to do the month before. In case you folks have any questions, want to give it more thought, we plan to bring it to the next commission meeting in September. At that time, we would be able to move the program forward if the commission approves, first of all. And then on top of that, we'd need a turnkey project to award it to, because again, this is limited to turnkey. The reason for that is if you use it for owner-builder type construction, Davis-Bacon kicks in when you use NAHASDA funds. It kind of defeats the whole purpose of because it's going to increase the cost of the build. So it's really geared to our turnkey developments between 81 to 100% of AMI.
So, Chair, the Hanapepe, is that a turnkey?
It's a combo. I think 30 of the units are going to be low-income housing tax credit with option to purchase. The rest would be turnkey. I believe there's also going to be a few of the lots for Habitat for Humanity.
So it could be available for that turnkey.
Could be, as well as future phases of Pu'uhona, Ka'ulo, Kaha'i, whatever is in the queue for turnkey developments from Land Development Division.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I got to really compliment how you've taken the NAHASA funding and used it in all kind of different ways besides this. And this is one more great example of the use of the funds. Maybe real briefly, you can kind of give a summary of all the different approaches you guys have used with the NAHASA, just for the sake of the
So if you don't mind, Chair, can I do that in the next item? Because I'm going to do my annual performance report, and then we'll go through all of those, if that's okay.
Okay, that'd be fine. Thank you. Blessing for there.
Good morning, Commissioners. Once again, Mr. Chair, thank you for this opportunity. I first of all want to commend Lehua for actually listening to our beneficiaries and working and developing this policy that will address a severe need. Once again, as a housing advocate, I have to track data throughout the state. And clearly, while there's a lot of subsidy opportunities for those that are 80% and below, it has created this gap group between the 80 and 120%, right? And so while they are fairly okay financially, the cost of housing in Hawaii is so astronomical that this opportunity that the department is presenting to our beneficiaries is going to make a significant difference in their ability to secure their homestead. And so I would encourage the commission that when the item comes up for decision making, to please absolutely support it, because our beneficiaries sorely need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next item, C4, draft 2024 annual performance report, Native Hawaiian Housing Block Grant. Lewa?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you for this opportunity. Just for the commissioners, just to know, the actual document in your packet is the one that we submit to HUD for review and approval. I was requested previously by beneficiaries to do a PowerPoint presentation, which is why this PowerPoint is here before you today. But I just, again, want to say for the record, it's the actual document in the packet that gets reviewed, and the public has an opportunity to review and provide feedback. So the first activity area is infrastructure, is where we've used NAHASDA. Historically, we've used it quite frequently, and we continue to use it now in East Kapolei 2C. As you can see, there's a portion that is funded by NAHASDA for that infrastructure development. About 3 million of the 4.4 million was expended in this fiscal year from NAHASDA for this infrastructure development in EK2C. Next slide is the Eva Beach Homestead Project Master Plan and EA. We did receive this parcel of land through the Hawaiian Homelands Recovery Act. This master plan and EA is fully funded with NAHASDA, and we spent about $205,000 in this fiscal year doing a lot of outreach, getting feedback from beneficiaries, doing technical studies, which unfortunately identified that that whole lower portion will probably be subject to sea level rise, which then affects how we plan and what develops there. But again, those funds are used to plan ahead and to get beneficiary involvement in those future developments. Next is developer financing. We did give a letter of commitment for $3 million for La'iopua. La'iopua was awarded LIHTC credits in June 2023. So NAHASDA funds can be used to support that development, as well as the Hanapepe residence lots. NAHASDA committed $8.5 million, and a LIHTC award was received in June of 2024. The next area is homeowner financing. We did assist 4 families this year, mostly through Habitat for Humanity, but also with other construction. This is one, Ohana in Kakaina, Oahu. But what's really important in these, because of the partnership with Habitat, they get a 0% interest rate loan. And so the monthly mortgage for that home, that 4-bedroom, 2-bath home for this family is under $800 a month. Very unseen in other areas. The next example for homeowner financing, next slide, is Ka'ulo Kaha'i. Again, the home was built in partnership with Habitat. This home is going to be slightly over $800 a month. But again, you see a pattern of trying to keep these homes affordable. Very grateful for the commissioners who have been coming out to attend some of these. As you can see, Commissioner Marfil, the lessee was so excited to have the commissioner there at her blessing. So we really appreciate. And in fact, we just had another ground blessing in Kakaina, Oahu. I think Commissioners Marfil and Kaniakua attended those as well. The home assistance program, as you can see, we work in our oldest homesteads is the priority because the homes there tend to be more dilapidated. You can see before, after pictures. Unfortunately, we didn't complete any in this fiscal year, but we have a lot of environmental reviews that were done in this year. So now it's just a matter of working with the homeowners to have their contractors in place to either do a demo new build or to do home repairs on their homes. So that's what we'll see this fiscal year. Next program is the Waimanalo Kupuna Housing Rental Assistance. NAHASDA subsidizes $830,000 annually to keep those rents affordable for our kupuna. The monthly subsidy ranges from $39 to $11.53 per month. Keeping in mind these kupuna are on fixed income, right? If any rents go up, it's going to directly affect these kupuna. And so we assisted 81 kupuna in this fiscal year. Next slide, we did a lot of assistance during COVID. We're just winding down all of the COVID assistance. Our contract ended in December of 2023. But in this past fiscal year, we did continue to assist families, 29 on Hawaii Island, 97 on Oahu, 3 on Kauai, and 11 on Maui, to keep families in their homes that were impacted by COVID. The Kupuna Rental Subsidy Program, this is a partnership with the Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement. If you go to their website, if you are a kupuna who is on DHHL's wait list and you are currently renting and your income is 80% and below, NAHASDA could potentially subsidize, so you pay no more than 30% for your rent, and NAHASDA would subsidize the difference. We have an active dashboard, so as we help kupuna, that dashboard is updated, so we've assisted 83 kupuna this past fiscal year. Housing counseling, anyone accessing NAHASDA funds must complete housing counseling. Again, the whole idea with this is so that to position our families to be successful. We want them to be successful, to stay in their homes. Charlene Rodriguez, who was featured earlier, she credits her home ownership besides the partnership with Habitat and keeping the monthly payment affordable. She really prepared herself, learning to budget and to position herself through housing counseling. We have great partnerships with CNHA, HCA, and other HUD certified counseling agencies. We're happy to work with you to assist our beneficiaries. Next slide.
I have a question, sorry, if you don't mind. Is that program currently available to lessees that are struggling?
Good that you bring that up. This is the program, Homeowner Assistance. This program was specifically geared, at the time it was for COVID, it ended in December of 2023. Our partnership with CNHA shows the breakdown of all the families we assisted there. We will be standing up a program with Hawaii Community Lending. It's on me, I have to finalize that contract, but basically For any lessee who's 80% and below, who's struggling to avoid lease cancellation, we can assist you if you have past due mortgage payments, utilities, property taxes. So we'll work with you, and Hawaii Community Lending will be our provider for that program. Next is existing potable water infrastructure improvements. We've done water infrastructure improvements in Ho'olehua, Moloka'i, as well as on Anahola, Kauai. Again, to address deficiencies, include like energy efficiencies to lower the costs. Next slide is housing conversion. This is taking existing stock that we have in the department. This is in Kalailoa on Oahu. It was former officer quarters that DHHL received in its inventory, was using for office space. But what we're gonna do is rehab it using NAHASDA funds and then use it as a temporary transitional housing for homeless beneficiaries on DHHL's wait list. We want to catch the full spectrum of our beneficiaries, right? Those who can afford housing and get into home ownership and get a homestead award, fantastic. But we have many beneficiaries on the other end of the spectrum who may be homeless, who may need more support to get them positioned eventually. So this is what this program, if we do really well on Oahu, we want to see if we can use that as a pilot for other areas on the neighbor islands. And then again, like our kupuna rental subsidy is for those people who are renting in the meantime, get them positioned with a subsidy, and then eventually they can take a homestead award and get them ready for homeownership. Property acquisition, we've looked at places statewide, but very grateful for Act 279, provided a great opportunity. I know that there have been lands acquired, so NAHASDA really just looked at what other opportunities for acquisition might be good. As we know, for example, on Oahu, we have the least amount of land, highest demand, so needing to look at those opportunities. Next slide is, just the mahalo. So again, that information is all in more detail in the packet as well. So just wanted to give that overview. I hope that helps what you asked, Chair.
Oh, very good, Leo. Great job. Your team is doing.
Chair, if I could. Lehua, Lehua, you and your team are relentless in trying to make sure that we get our beneficiaries, especially those that are struggling with getting into housing. And I know that the spectrum that you cover is amazing, not simply the administrative side of what you do, but also the touch in the community. You and your team are out there consistently. I think that the education that you bring to our beneficiaries, those on the wait list and those who are already on lease, is just amazing. And most people don't get a chance to see how hard you and the team work. So great mahalos to you. So many people are able to get into homes, and a lot of it has to do with you getting to those people who are least likely in some instances to be in homes. So mahalo nui for your work.
Commissioner Kalepa.
Awesome job. Thank you very much. I've seen your work firsthand in Laina, so thank you.
Commissioner Kalekini, do you want to say something?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I want to also say mahalo, Lehua, and to your team. But I have a question that kind of goes back to item C3, maybe. In the item C3, Lehua, there's a statement stating that the plan for the program year ending June 30, 2025, we have $50 million. So is that what, is that, we're going to get that from the HASDA, or is that something that we're proposing to submit and get approval, or can you explain that?
So the commission approved the housing plan in April of 2025. It was submitted to HUD. And what I'm so grateful to HUD, they really pushed. Typically, on a typical year, I'll get HUD approval around June, July, because my plan takes effect July 1 to June 30. They really pushed to get it approved before May 24, 2024. And the significance of that is the Buy America, Build America Act that is coming into play. And so, sorry, Build America, Buy America Act, they call it BABA for short. And so all of our some of our monies need to comply with that act, and so the intent was to get the housing plan approved. So all the monies we have in play right now are not subject to BABA. In the future, when we get future monies from Congress for NAHASDA, it will very likely be subject to BABA. We'll see. There's a waiver until September 30 that's still in effect. So that's why the plan was already approved by commission, and then it went
Right.
to HUD, and it was approved by HUD. So
Okay,
it started as of July 1.
okay, so the 50 million is from HUD then,
Is
that correct?
NAHASDA funds, yes.
The HAZA funding. So how much did we have in the previous year, the previous 2 years? I just want to get a feel for, it seems like we were getting more, you know, with all the hard work that you guys are doing. I just want us to know the progress we've been making.
So in the packet, I did provide a sort of a chart that shows the funds that we've received over time. Definitely thanks to our Hawaii congressional delegation, namely Senator Schatz, because he's chair of Senate Committee on Indian Affairs and the subcommittee on transportation housing funding that we get through the federal government. So we've seen the allocation go up to its highest levels of 22.3 million a year. We're continuing to get funds at that amount, but it's very important that we spend these monies too. In order to keep getting those funds, you know, full transparency for this body, the House committee did propose to zero out because there looks like there's a large balance, but as you can see, the work we have and all that we have in the queue, those funds are gonna get spent. So we communicated that, and thanks to the Senate, they put the funds back in. We'll see the final budget when it's approved, but that's the levels that we've been receiving. And again, I really credit that to our congressional delegation.
Right. And what page is this chart on? You have a beautiful 60 plus.
It's in the packet under C4. It's the second page in the submittal. There's a chart that shows the blue lines is the grant amounts, and then the orange lines is the amount expended, and then the gray is we had some specific funds like during ARA or during COVID that came separate from our allocation. So that's laid out in that budget chart.
Okay.
Sorry, I should have maybe put it in the slide. I went back and forth about whether to put it in the slideshow or not. So thank you for asking questions.
I think this is important. It just shows, you know, the degree of hard effort, or their efforts and the work, and of course with our congressional support. Just want to just say we appreciate all that hard work for our beneficiaries. Mahalo.
Any other comment? Yeah, let me add to that. You know, but for these last 3 years, I mean, we had been reduced to like 2 million a year, and that resulted in a loss of significant amount. I don't know, 30, 40 million. And that was primarily because the department wasn't spending the money. I mean, so fortunately, we have a lot of projects happening, and you're showing the use, and just as Walter mentioned, your ability to kind of leverage it and move it and use it in a whole bunch of different ways, whether it's acquisition of lands or reducing the interest. I mean, it's just great work, you and your team. Thank you, Leo. Okay, let's see. C5, for information only, summary of the responses to proposed legislative action requests and draft legislative proposal. Ori?
Aloha e nā komikina, aloha mai kako o wau Oriana Leao, NAHASDA Government Relations Program Specialist, here to present item C5 for information only, summary of responses to proposed legislative action requests for 2025 and draft legislative proposals. Outreach commenced since the June 2024 Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting, requesting input on the Department of Hawaiian Homeland's legislative package for the 2025 legislative session. An email was sent to 146 DHHL staff, 196 testifiers on DHHL-related measures from the 2016 to 2024 legislative sessions, 36 legislative talk story attendees, and 129 homestead associations and other stakeholders. The outreach list is attached as Exhibit A. The information was posted on DHHL's website and Nahaza staff participated in virtual and in-person community meetings to solicit legislative proposals for DHHL's 2025 legislative package. 23 proposals were received, and in your submittal for item C5 is a summary of those proposals. After considering the responses received and measures previously approved by the Hawaiian Homes Commission, 15 draft legislative proposals are summarized below, and the actual draft of the bills and justification sheets are enclosed in Exhibit B. So with your indulgence, we'll go over all 15. Heluekahi number 1, relating to independent legal counsel. This proposal allows the Hawaiian Homes Commission to retain independent legal counsel to be paid by the state and use the services of the Attorney General's office as needed when the interests of the state and the department are aligned. The Hawaiian Homes Commission has a trust duty to its beneficiaries, and in the fulfillment of its trust obligations, the Hawaiian Homes Commission may at times be at odds with the interests of the state. It is at these times that the department must be assured that its counsel provides legal guidance strictly in the interests of its client. Independent counsel that is hired and retained by the Hawaiian Homes Commission eliminates any cloud of uncertainty that there is a conflict of interest, that the Hawaiian Homes Commission is represented by the Attorney General's office that also represents the state. This measure has not been part of the administration's legislative package, but has been introduced by several legislators over the past few years and has not passed. Eluelua number 2, relating to the Commission on Water Resource Management. This proposal adds the chairperson of the Hawaiian Homes Commission or the chairperson's designee to CWARM. The Water Code requires that planning decisions of the Commission on Water Resource Management ensure that sufficient water remain available for current and foreseeable development and use of Hawaiian homelands. In order to further the interests of beneficiaries, the chairperson of the Hawaiian Homes Commission or the chairperson's designee should serve as an ex officio voting member of the Commission on Water Resource Management. This measure was included in the administration's legislative package, but has not passed. Heluekolu, relating to housing. This proposal exempts any development of homestead lots or housing for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands from general excise and use taxes. The department provides homesteads for Native Hawaiians at affordable rates when compared to similar development available in Hawaii. In order to further the interests of beneficiaries, any development of homestead lots or housing for DHHL should be exempt from general excise and use taxes. This measure was not included in the administration's legislative package and has not passed. Helueha, relating to historic preservation reviews. This proposal allows DHHL to assume review of the effect of any proposed project on historic properties or burial sites for lands under its jurisdiction. Instead of requiring the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to consult with the Department of Land and Natural Resources regarding the effect of a project upon historic properties or burial sites, this proposal would streamline the process by allowing DHHL to assume this review. This measure was included in the administration's legislative package, but has not passed. Helue Lima, relating to school impact fees. Number 5. This proposal amends Section 302A-1603 Hawaii Revised Statutes to exclude housing developed by the Department of Hawaiian Homelands from school impact fees. DHHL currently leases educational facilities for public schools, public charter schools, early learning facilities, and other similar facilities at minimal to no cost. By making the exemption of DHHL from school impact fees, the savings can be allocated toward developing more housing. Helue Ono, number 6, relating to the Hawaii Housing and Finance Development Corporation. This proposal, as the chairperson of the commission or the chairperson's designee to the Hawaii Housing, Finance, and Development Corporation. This measure was included in the administration's legislative package, but has not passed. Heluehiku, number 7, relating to the Hawaii Community Development Authority. This proposal adds the chairperson of the commission or the chairperson's designee to HCDA. The Hawaii Community Development Authority is a state agency that was established to supplement traditional community renewal methods by promoting and coordinating public and private sector community development. The 1976 state legislature created the HCDA to plan development of underutilized urban areas of Hawaii. This proposal would allow DHHL to have representation on HCDA. This measure was included in the administration's legislative package, but it has not passed. Eluevalu number 8, relating to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Act 130, Session Laws of Hawaii 2024, increased the FHA loan limit for DHHL direct loans to be 75% of the maximum single residence loan amount instead of 50%. This proposal amends Section 4 of Act 130, Session Laws of Hawaii 2024, to confirm that the act shall take effect on the date of the Secretary of the Interior's notification letter to the Congressional Committee chairpersons that this act meets none of the criteria in 43 CFR Section 48.20. So basically, this law was enacted last session. In Section 4, there's an error that states that it is subject to congressional approval. After informal meetings and discussions with both DHHL staff and the Department of Interior staff, we were able to confirm that congressional approval will not be needed. However, it will still be subject to review by the Secretary of the Department of Interior. So we're just fixing Section 4. Next, Heloiva number 9, relating to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. This proposal requests an appropriation of $6 million for the next steps in the investigation, exploration, and identification of geothermal resources on Hawaiian homelands. To build upon the initial funding provided in Act 205, Session Laws of Hawaii 2022, this proposal will allow DHHL to further investigate, explore, and identify geothermal resources on Hawaiian homelands, as these resources may be used for the generation, transmission, or production of electricity and renewable energy resources, including but not limited to hydrogen generation. Helu'umi, relating to county user fees. This legislative proposal exempts DHHL from county user fees, $100,000 in the aggregate per year, while ensuring county services to DHHL for Hawaiian homelands. Funds saved by DHHL due to exemption from county user fees could be used for infrastructure and housing needs for Hawaiian homelands managed by DHHL. This is a new legislative proposal by DHHL that has not been previously included in the administration's legislative package. Helu'umikumokahi number 11, relating to county sewer transmission lines. This legislative proposal is to ensure that county sewer transmission lines on Hawaiian homelands that are in compliance or brought into compliance by DHHL are transferred to the respective county within 60 days after the receipt by the appropriate county agency of a completed application for maintenance requests. This is another new legislative proposal that we hope to have included in the administration's legislative package. Helu'umikumalua number 12, relating to state building codes. This legislative proposal is to ensure that state building code compliance is equivalent to county building code compliance by allowing state agencies to administer the state building code. This is another new legislative proposal. Number 13, Helu'umikumakolu, relating to state building code clearance. This legislative proposal is to ensure that clearance from a state agency in responsible charge of a property is acceptable and equivalent to a county clearance for building and zoning code compliance. And we're grateful that this one is another new legislative proposal. Number 14, Helu'umikumaha. This legislative proposal is to allow a state agency to provide a building and zoning code clearance for buildings on land under the state agency's jurisdiction. This one relates obviously to county licenses. And last but not least, number 15, Helu'umikumalima, relating to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. This proposal allows the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to utilize the Dwelling Unit Revolving Fund, or DURF fund, as collateral when acting as an eligible borrower of a Section 184A loan guarantee for Native Hawaiian housing. Again, this is a new legislative proposal, and we hope that it will be included in the administration's legislative package. These draft legislative proposals will be finalized and submitted for approval by you all, the commission, next month, and submitted for review by the governor and his policy team, the Department of the Attorney General, and the Department of Budget and Finance. The proposals are pending final approval, and no proposal is considered part of the package until final approval is granted by the Hawaiian Homes Commission and the governor. In this phase of the review process, the Hawaiian Homes Commission may amend or withdraw any measure. And there's no recommended action, but I'm open to any questions, recommendations. Now is the time in which we can amend any bill.
Any commissioners have any questions or comments? Commissioner Kaleikini?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ori. Thank you for all the different legislative explanation there. I want to go to the beginning though of start where we have blood quantum requirement. And my question is, there were several folks, lessees, that submitted and from the public interest in reducing the blood quantum for successorship. And what does it mean on our part, more review?
Mahalo for the question. This request, I receive this request every year that we solicit legislative proposals, and we understand how important and necessary and urgent this is. However, there are nuances in the ways in which this request is posed. Therefore, we note more review as a result, because we have been encouraged by other agencies to engage in beneficiary consultation to have a better grasp and understanding and reporting for this request.
What's our plans for beneficiary consultation on this issue?
We are still in the discussion stages within the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and with the U.S. Department of Interior.
Okay, so yeah, when Kaikahele was at the U.S. House of Representatives, before he left, he submitted a measure to reduce the blood quantum for successorship to 1/32. You remember that?
I do recall, and that resolution did not pass. We currently have Act 80, which passed in the state in 2017, and Res 43, which currently sits with Representative Tukuda.
Res 23, what does Act 80 say?
Act 80 proposes to amend the Native Hawaiian blood quantum requirement to be, instead of 1/4 to succeed to a lease, Native Hawaiian blood quantum requirement would be at least 1/32.
Okay, yeah, appreciate that. Thank you. Because the reason why I asked you is I've had many beneficiaries reach out about this particular item. So I'd like to ask to just let me know at least what our plans are with the BC and what we need to do to move this forward and at least consider it. Because like I said, there's been many beneficiaries that have reached out to me about this item. So appreciate all of this, and thank you, Ori. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, of course, mahalo.
Chair, I think we had a couple public speakers like to speak.
Okay, let me first finish with the commissioners.
Yes, I just had a question on the last item. It talks about relating to Department of Hawaiian Homelands. It says dwelling unit revolving fund. I'm not familiar with that fund.
This request is to have the state provide the guarantee for these 184A loan funds. Because currently, DHL, we guarantee our direct loans, and we're looking to be able to expand this opportunity to beneficiaries and have the state guarantee it.
Is this a new revolving fund that we're creating? Because I'm not familiar with that specific revolving fund.
No, this is an existing revolving fund.
We rename a fund?
No, that's not our fund, that's the HHFTC.
Okay, all right, thank you, thank you.
We had somebody wanted to testify, please step up. Oh,
Thank you so much, Commissioner Freitas. Thank you, Chair. Robin Danner for the record. I wanted to speak on the wonderful question from Commissioner Kalekini on Act 80. Essentially, quick, short of it is beneficiaries, particularly the Shaw in 2015, began 2 years of listening sessions about the very emotional blood quantum issue. And what we came out with was to split the baby and support a lowering of the blood quantum to 1/32, which is 3% for successorship. Then the beneficiaries did the work at the legislature, and you know what that's like, and got Act 80 passed. So we congratulate the beneficiaries and the HHL for supporting that. Where we are essentially is for Commissioner Kalekini, the Department of Interior in December of 2022 wrote a letter to the Attorney General and to DHHL saying, because the process is state legislation passes, DOI has a duty to review it and decide whether it supports it. If it supports it, then it sends it to the Committee of Jurisdiction. This is not the first time that a blood quantum successorship has been lowered, but it's been stuck at DOI, at the Solicitor General's office, because they are saying and have been saying to DHHL for at least 6 years, we want to act on this, but we need X, Y, Z, a whole bunch of data, all right? So that's what they've been waiting for, one of which is beneficiary consultation, but the other really is they've asked a set of questions that are really, it's hard for DHHL to answer and give this data. So my recommendation and my request has been that this commission, signed by the chair and maybe by all of you, that you write a simple letter to Deb Holland at the Department of Interior and say, we support Act 80, our state legislature, states' rights, supports Act 80, get out of the way, in a diplomatic way, of course. The last thing is I've met with the White House Initiative just last week on this issue. They've invited me to come to DC on September 6th, and we're going to attempt to meet with Deb Holland to explain to her that by holding it at DOI, she is impacting our children, and we're asking the administration, since they have only 6 months left in the Biden administration, to simply put your own opinion about our children aside, leave DHHL alone on all this extra data that was not required in 1983 when the first blood quantum reduction was accomplished, get out of the way and submit Act 80 as it is to the Committee of Jurisdiction in the House and the Committee of Jurisdiction in the Senate, which, by the way, the Senate is chaired by our very own Brian Schatz. So I think with the election, we could have a chance of a blue wave in the Congress. And so if we can get this administration to get out of the way so that Act 80 can get to those committees, we'd have a hell of a chance to get this thing since 2017 enacted so that our beneficiaries and their children are taken care of. So I wanted to give that to you. I would be happy, Mr. Chair, to draft a potential letter, a simple letter. The Department of Interior has not heard from a single state official, not the governor, not DHHL, saying, we are the state of Hawaii and we support Act 80. And we would like you, Madam Secretary, to advance Act 80 to the House and to the Senate on behalf of our people. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for your very good work.
Any comments?
Sure.
Oh, one more.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Director Lay Kenny?
If there's more public testimony, I'll wait and I'll go at the end.
We have another testifier, Kanani Kagawa.
Good morning. Aloha Chair and Commissioners. This was just in reading the bills that was proposed in the packet. I wanted to just highlight the support for the bill for legislative action that proposes a commissioner on the Water Use Development Board, CWRM. And it highlights just the lack of advocacy that takes place at CWRM on behalf of Native Hawaiians. And this is particularly important right now because the CWRM is going through the Kauai Water Use Development Plan, which in essence sets water allocations for the island of Kauai. And as we've gone through the consultation process, there's just been a lack of advocacy for DHHL beneficiaries through this process. So it's bringing it to light to the department, the commissioners, and also a few weeks ago, even involving the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. So, this is a tremendous step forward to have advocacy at all steps of the way on water use. And while I'm on that, it would probably be beneficial that, the Water Use Development Plan for Kauai should prioritize all developments that's taking place. So all this ag awards that we just saw, Mr. Duncan, and we did these annual renewal leases for, if you speak to the beneficiaries, a lot of them lack water and transmission. And particularly here in the county, there should be no reason why no beneficiaries don't have transmission and water, because we have certain rights that actually reserve water for beneficiaries. A lot of that is not even discussed in our water use development plan, which is going to be the governing doctrine for water. And you'll hear later on in a lot of community meetings that there's such great projects taking place in Anahola. All housing right now is being slowed down because there's no infrastructure and water. And as we go through this planning phase, DHHL and our beneficiaries should be on the top of the list for water. Every time. There should be no more affordable housing built or anything until all the beneficiaries' water needs are met. And that's kind of where our participation and engagement in the water use plan would be prioritized. And again, this bill is coming late in the legislative session. If it passes, it comes next year, and then we don't get a commissioner till the next governor. So this is late, but just involving the beneficiary. And the second bill that was in it that I just wanted to lay out opposition is, I understand the expeditious need for the department to want to expedite housing, but disclaimer, I used to be the housing director for the county of Kauai. I never, at one point, I was totally in the position where I was like, we need to get rid of the exemption process or streamline the exemption or streamline the state historic preservation division process. We can all agree that that's probably one of the largest time components in development. But when I actually went out and I spoke to a lot of beneficiaries, community members, even agencies, they were really against any exemptions or removing preservation and cultural preservation duties outside of the state historic preservation division. And a lot had to do with, it took our people and it took the Native Hawaiian community so long to even get laws enacted and administrative rules enacted to protect preservation, cultural sites, all of that. And we haven't even seen them do a good job. So it's hard to put something so precious like the preservation of culture, all of that, into the House of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands when they themselves are not advocating for the preservation in an already system that's set up for us. So DHHL can advance this 6E38 process by being more involved in advocating, not by removing it out of the state historic and housing it in itself. So that's just kind of transparency stuff as a developer, but thank you. And by the way, I am a beneficiary born and raised in Anahola, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the excellent work. I'm Felicia Cowden, council member. I had not planned to speak, but I wanted to follow up on what both Kanani said and one of the other bills here. So relative to the water use and development plan, I share her concern that it's inadequate and it doesn't really address enough of the needs. I have definitely worked even very recently with the Commission on Water Resource Management, and want to just make a recommendation for consideration relative to the Anahola Department of Hawaiian Homelands area is that the revocable permit for the water tank and well that Mr. Jeff Lindner has had for a number of years, I see that he is wanting to relinquish that. And to me, that's something that maybe could be under consideration for DHHL to possibly take over that lease. There's an awful lot of acreage right there too. But if you had that lease, maybe that would be beneficial to be able to address some of the water needs in the Anahola area. Seems significant to me. And I was trying to find your bills or your suggestions, but you had one that relative to historic pieces in Poipu Estates. We have a house like literally right on top of a heiau. I don't know how that happened. And so one of the first bills that you mentioned, we need that help. You know, it doesn't seem like we have enough ways to address that. And as a person who is not a beneficiary and does not have any cocoa, I still look and am astonished that developments can happen literally on the zero lot line of a very precious heiau. And despite repeat complaints, it just moves forward. So I think we need help at the legislative level for that. Thank you.
Mike, got a
Yeah,
question?
yeah, Chair, no, I have a request. Yeah, this is on the blood quantum issue. I'd like to request that our staff work on a plan for beneficiary consultation on that. And I'd also like to request that we consider putting together a letter to support Act 80.
Thank you for the suggestion.
Yep, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, the next item on the agenda is C6 for information only, status report of DHHL Enforcement Unit efforts and statistics. David Pope.
Good morning, Chairman Watson, members of the commission.
Morning.
David Hoke, Enforcement Unit Administrator. This is agenda item C6, information only. The period during this time is July 8th through August 11th. During this window, we had 14 investigations. And in this window, we also generated 56 reports. And to date, we have 133 reports submitted. Over this period, there were several major events that we did. First, we took Commissioner Kaneakua for another ride along in East Hawaii, and he came along for two pretty significant complaints, things that upon review, I believe the department's going to have to relook at some policies and procedures. We started working on that already with the AGs, and we're going to do some more look at that internally because we feel like we've identified a few loopholes that definitely need to tighten up. In addition, he came to the Keaukaha Panaewa Farmers Association quarterly meeting with us, and so he did some beneficiary consultation there. Several other events that happened had two fires, one in Hanapepe and one in Waihuko, and our unit serves as one of the point of contacts for Haima. And obviously, since what's happened in Maui, during that time from when we find out there's a fire until it's confirmed to be contained, it's obviously a very tense situation and it gets our units full attention. So we're definitely happy nothing, it wasn't worse than it was, but for those days, it was pretty serious and did take up a lot of time. And then obviously for our pilot program, 0 new reports that met the criteria for organized criminal activity. To date, 9 reports have been submitted to the department, 5 were unsubstantiated, 1 has been confirmed, and 3 are pending dispositions by HPD. So again, we're still kind of waiting on that. And while it doesn't meet the criteria for the pilot program, obviously what happened last week in Nanakuli is pretty significant. We are talking to the police department out there. We want to kind of really stress the importance of the NSWs, but then also the roles, because I think it's hard to say what the person's decision to intervene, if that's right or wrong. I think that's a very tough decision to make. I think the person was trying to do the right thing. However, I definitely think it highlights the dangers that are involved in getting, if you do put yourself in that situation. So we went to an event this past weekend. We talked to the community policing guys, and we believe that we really need to kind of put an emphasis on that and make sure that we're definitely communicating what the right procedures are to our NSWs. And we believe that the NSWs are important, but then we also want to make sure that our beneficiaries are safe. And you know, that situation was obviously tragic, but I think the least we can do from it is make it a learning situation. So, any questions?
Any questions, commissioners? Yeah, Dave, I just wanted to, online. Oh,
Yeah,
two.
sure.
Let's do Walter Kaniakua.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I got a chance to ride along with the enforcement unit on several occasions, and one of the things that they are identifying are abandoned properties, not simply neglected but abandoned. And we're hearing from the associations in these areas. One of the things that I know that we need to do is move toward terminating leases of these properties so that, number one, we get rid of the liability that DHHL has for properties that could cause us excessive troubles. And number two is that we can turn those properties around and award them to people who are on the lease. So I know that the enforcement unit they're out there just constantly. I can't get over how much energy they have to expend during a week, a month, during the entire year, identifying these. And because they're very specific and because there's a track record on this, I know that we have to act on these to get those leases terminated as needed, as should be, and then to turn those properties around and get them to people on the wait list. Some of them are really desirable areas, desirable properties. And David, you and Kip and Nick you're amazing guys, and we appreciate your help out there. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Kaniakua. Commissioner Kalaikini? You're on mute.
How's that? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, David, I appreciate the report. And I too want to just share the appreciation for all the work that the EU team has been doing, especially here on Hawaii Island. Yeah, been a lot of activity going on, and you guys are being proactive a lot more than we've been before, years before. And I can tell that beneficiaries are a little bit more appreciative, well, a lot more appreciative of what you guys are doing. And I am very much thankful and wanted to share that amongst everyone here. Mahalo, David.
Thank you.
Nick and Kip.
Any other comments? Commissioner Neves?
Yes, thanks for the presentation. I believe in last meetings, I mentioned that you would do an evaluation of stuff here in Kauai. Were you able to get that done, or?
We didn't get enough responses from the starting point as far as the vacant homes, so that will happen. But I definitely want to make sure that when we do present the information, it's accurate. And I didn't believe we had enough to go off of, and unfortunately, we didn't have the time, but it is on our list to do.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Any other Commissioner Marfil?
I just wanted to again thank you and your team for all of your work and just make an announcement that on August 21st, there is going to be a crime prevention and youth engagement event at Waianae High School from 5 to 8 to address some of these concerns. It's going to be a state and city co-op to have this town hall. Mahalo.
What was the date again?
August 21st.
Any other comments? Okay, again, thanks. You guys are doing an excellent job. Great job. You and your team.
All right, thanks, Chair.
Okay.
Chair.
Commissioner Neves?
I wanted to comment on what the council person had said about the Linder well. I didn't realize he was looking at maybe releasing from that revocable permit. I know someone that works for him. That Linder well would supply water for that 300 acres in Mulawaa. With that, I think it's under the Hanchett revocable permit right now. Hanchett has 100 acres on one side, and there's 300 acres on the other. And when I talk to land management, I think that's a important move. If we can pick up that well, we can put in that, we can utilize all that area, that ag area, but considering initially to put in maybe a community pasture, get some of our native Hawaiian farmers to put a hui together and take care of that area, or whatever that we have plans for it, but that's a good water source.
Okay, let's talk more about that. I think that'd be great idea.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Juan Garcia, D1 HSD status reports.
Good morning, Commissioners. Again, Juan Garcia, Homestead Services Division Administrator. And D1 is for your information only, which consists of Exhibit A, homestead lease and application totals and monthly activity reports, as well as Exhibit B, loan delinquency report. I'd be glad to answer any questions that you may have. And again, we'll be around if there's subsequent questions later on, either today or tomorrow.
Sure.
Commissioner Neves.
I have a question, not specific to the report, but I know last month we made a presentation about issues we're having with successors of application rights. I think we made that presentation last month. We talked about, there's quite a few, there's about 2,000 application rights for successorship that are basically in limbo.
Thank you for that question.
Yes, if you could expound on that a little bit.
Yes, in fact, we are in the midst, as reported last month, there are certain individuals that the department has not gotten information or sufficient information from beneficiaries who are designated successors, as well as those individuals that the department has no current contact information. So we've done a special public notice calling for those individuals to respond.
Okay, I wasn't sure because there wasn't a clear policy. So I didn't know if this was something that we need to put together a PIG so we could develop a clear policy moving forward. Because what my concern is those 2,000 applicants could be high on the list. And if they're, if those successorships are not fulfilled, they can miss opportunities. That's my biggest concern. So if there's going to be a process moving forward, then I'm okay with that. But I think initially to get out and just say, okay, this is your last shot, give me your information, otherwise we're going to move on.
Yeah, so those, and I think, I'm trying to recall, I think a PIG was approved.
I requested a PIG, but I don't think one was set up.
I think the one we did was for caretakers.
For caretakers, yeah. But I think it would be good to have one on this, Chair, because we don't have a defined policy. That's why we're in this situation.
Yeah, because I think you're alluding to those individuals that have been designated as successors, and we're still waiting for additional documentation for the department to confirm and verify their native Hawaiian blood quantum to in fact determine their successorship qualification.
Yes.
And currently, the rules do not allow for a timeline in which to submit those documentation.
And a lot of these successorships are actually generational applications that have been handed down from, grandma to kids, and all of a sudden it gets to a point where, okay, I'm gonna give it to someone that has less than 50%, but we haven't confirmed that. We don't have a policy to say you have a timeline, like we do if you had a lease. Yeah, I think that's something that maybe a PIG would help open those things up so we can move forward.
That makes a lot of sense.
Thank you.
Okay, next, delinquency reports. Oh, public testimony. Rolina Agai.
Hi, everyone. Rolina Faagai, I'm the Executive Director for Hawaiian Lending and Investments. You guys were reviewing earlier. We do have packets about our MOA with the department for loan guarantees, but what I really wanted to talk about, in your packet, you'll see a letter from Native CDFI Network, and I just wanted to give some information about it. Earlier this year, the EPA provided $27 billion in greenhouse gas reduction fund, the GGRF, if you weren't familiar with it. NCN was one of 5 awarded in the competitive award for the CCIA capital. And so the letter is part of the work that we've been doing to make sure that trust lands are specifically listed and the geographical area is on there, so that way these funds that do get allocated will come to trust lands. Of the 27 billion, NCN did receive 400 million. We contracted on Friday, so they will be doing sub-awards to HLI and a couple of other Native CDFIs. And we just wanted to bring that to your attention. And we're currently working with Everett Dowling for the Pu'uhona project for one of the tranches of capital. So we're getting some EPA money to trust lands. So if you guys have any questions, I'll be around today and tomorrow too.
E1 for information only, Kauai project updates. Kalani Franda.
Hello, Chair Watson and Commissioners. Mahalo nui for granting us the opportunity to present E1 Kauai updates from the Land Development Division. For the record, Kalani Franda Ko'uinoa, and I'm currently serving as acting administrator for the Land Development Division. I'm pleased to be joined by a dedicated team for this presentation. First, Robert Ng, our point of contact for LDD on the island of Kauai, will be sharing key updates. Following Robert, Michelle Hitzman, Acting Housing Project Branch Manager, will discuss the awards updates for Piilani Maikekai. After Michelle, Kehao Cortero, Homestead Land Development Specialist 4, will provide insights into the various repair and maintenance projects currently underway. Lastly, Shireen Tam, one of the Rapid Development Team Leads from the Office of the Chair, will provide the latest information regarding the land acquisition in Lihue. Before we dive into the details, I'd like to set the stage by noting that Kauai has over 4,000 applicants currently on the wait list. In response to this pressing demand, we've budgeted an investment of approximately $45 million from Act 279, which will facilitate the creation of nearly 450 lots. In addition, there are a couple of $1 million earmarked specifically for Kauai projects, ensuring we continue to make meaningful progress in addressing the needs of the community. Currently, we have around 11 development and maintenance projects in the queue, each at different stages of completion. With that overview in mind, I'll now turn it over to Robert, who will guide us through the next slide and provide further details on these developments.
Hi, good morning, Chair, and good morning, Commissioners. Robert Ng, Acting Project Manager for the island of Kauai. I don't have any comments for this slide. Kalani, can you forward that to the next? Okay, great, thank you. You can see the USDA loans and grants that were received in packages 2016, 2018. If you look at the USDA RD for 2016, the $3,055,137 RD grant has been fully expended, as well as under the 2018, the 4.1 million. Now the USDA grant of 1.999 mil, of that 1.5 has been expended. So we now have a current balance of $482,631 of grant monies that are, my understanding is, was actually contingency monies that were insisted upon by USDA, and it was not necessary or needed for the project. The Anahola Farm Lot Water System project is pretty much complete. We had a checklist of safety features that staff wanted implemented, and my understanding is that that has been completed, and we received close to a final billing for this project. So if you look at the very bottom, the grant reimbursement to date of 3.776 million, that figure is actually 4.572 million. So we actually claimed more grant funds than is noted here. Again, we do have a remaining balance of 482,000 and change that, quite frankly, we don't really need it anymore. I mean, the project is POW. Okay, well, I don't have any other comments. Do you have any questions up until this point?
You can continue on
Okay,
with the rest of the slides.
thank you. So phase one consisted of transmission line replacement. And let's see.
How loud is it out here?
Substantial completion occurred July 2021. That contract expired in July of 2021 with just a small remaining balance of funds that is going to go back to, I believe it might be trust funds. But anyway, can we move forward to the next slide, please? So phase two, Kiewit infrastructure. So that contract total, instead of the 7.145 million, is actually been increased to 7.5. And the water tank, again, has been completed with a bunch of safety features in the checklist items that I noted earlier. So right now we're just waiting to get the final documents from our consultant to close out this project. Right now the contract is still open. There's about $140,000 left in contingency money. So unless other fixes need to be done, we don't really need to do anything more for this water tank project. Here's the overlay of the system's location. Next slide, please. Okay, great. So here we are with the reservoir removal. So right now, starting from the left, Kealia Reservoir Field 1 has been demolished and removed. I just received the as-built for that one from the consultant. Earlier on, field number 2 was removed. And off to the far right, the lower Anahola Reservoir was removed. Upper Anahola Reservoir, second from the right, has also been removed. The as-builts are pending from the consultant, followed by a final report to DLNR to close out the project. So that is pending. So all 4 reservoirs were removed and are no longer liabilities to the department. Okay, can you Do you have any questions so far?
You can continue on till we
Okay,
complete the slide and
okay,
until we complete the presentation.
okay. So right now I see here Kuleana lot, Anahola Kuleana, subsistence ag lots. I'm not sure. Right now we have the consultant working on SHPD compliances. Construction plans are expected to be completed by January of 2025, after which we plan to go out to bid immediately so that we can have a construction contract executed by April. And that'll also help to encumber the $1 million that KIUC gave to the department for road improvements for this project. So we have a deadline to work with. That would be, I believe it's May 27 of 2025 to encumber that 1 million for road improvements. So we're pushing hard on this project to get it off the ground by January of 2025. Yeah, I think we went backwards on this slide. Okay. I think that ends my portion, Kalani. Thank you very much.
Do you have anything for PMKK?
I have not heard any. I've kind of heard a little bit about some discussion on phase 3, but
Okay.
nothing
Michelle, can you
specific.
continue on with the updates?
Sure. Aloha. Sorry, I'm not sure if my video is working, but Michelle Hitzman, Acting Housing Project Manager. So this is just an overview on the Pi'ilani Maikekai subdivision. There's a total of 171 lots. Currently 80 lots in phase 1, 51 lots in phase 2, and future phase 3, there'll be 40 lots. Next slide, please. So in phase 1, in 2017, we offered the remaining 22 vacant lots. Currently, there is about 10 that are remaining selectees that need to be conveyed. So they're currently under the loan process or the construction process. And in 2022, we offered the 51 lots that are in phase 2. To date, we have 29 residential lots that have been awarded. So they're under construction. Some have already been completed. And we're currently working through the backup list for the 12 remaining vacant lots that we need to re-award. And then in phase 3, as it states, the 40 lots, it's in the procurement of the design engineer to provide plans and specifications for new lots in fiscal year 2025. Thank you.
Next is Kehal Cortero.
Okay, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Kehal Cortero, Land Development Division, Public Works. The Kauai cesspool assessment, it's ongoing. Actually, Kauai is completed, but the cesspool assessment for the state is still ongoing. And so our final report will be due by the end of 2024. But like I said, we've already completed the assessment and taken the inventory in Hawaii. Next slide. So we need to convert from cesspool and septic tank to sewer system. And so our assessment is going through to see who has cesspools and just to verify the locations and who has cesspools so that we know what we need to do for infrastructure, if we need to be able to hook up for everyone to get out of the cesspools and hook up to the sewer system. Next slide. And these are just the numbers that we came up with through our survey in Kauai, the pre-survey numbers, and then what we actually found through our survey. And these are just a map of the locations and the areas that we worked on, Kekaha, cesspools. The next slide is Anahola. And I think that's it.
Thank you, Kehal. Robert, can you continue on with Hanapepe?
Yes, hi, thank you. Aloha again, Chairman and Commissioners. Let's see, so the construction schedule has been altered a little bit. Notice to proceed was issued July 1st of this year. And you have 450 calendar days to complete the site construction, and that date expires on September 23, 2025. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, so what you have here again is the 47 lots that will be granted an additional 1,500 square feet to make all of the lots uniform at 7,500 square feet. Mobilization is underway. They are erecting the dust fences right now. Fire break along the border of the phase 2 has been completed, and thanks to Erna from Kauai District Office and Kaipo Duncan from Land Management for helping to push and make sure that that fire break was established. It had occurred just before the fire broke out in that area, so that helped quite a bit. They do have an extra water truck, the Hawaiian dredging. So there's 2 water trucks, in my estimation, ready for in case there's another wildfire in the area. And they're making sure that their fire plan is up to date and ready to be enacted. If you look at the top left, you see a storm drain, a water basin detention basin. That stormwater detention basin agreement is being reviewed by our AGs and as well as the Kauai Corp Council. So they're kind of going back and forth in the language, but I expect that to be ready for signature any day now. Other than that, construction at the site is underway, and hopefully they'll get it going. Yeah.
Thank you, Robert. Shireen is up next.
Good morning, Commissioners. We're in the process of acquiring about 295 acres of land in Lihue, right off of the Eisenberg Park. It's close to the hospital, it's close to county offices and downtown Lihue. And we're currently scheduled to close at the beginning of November on this. The Commission, in our last update to Act 279 funds, had given approval to purchase the land, and we are hopeful that we'll be able to get future funding to allow the development. We anticipate about 1,000 residential homestead lots here, with 200 subsistence ag lots also.
Thank you, Shireen. Then I'll complete the last slide. This is on Waipoli. So a couple of things updates that have happened. There's been a tenant meeting that occurred on August 7th, outlining relocation processes and addressing concerns, consultations, one-on-one meetings with over about 50% of the tenants by August 14th. There are information packets that are distributed, also established a dedicated email and hotline for the tenant inquiries. And then lastly, relocation assessment. The team began evaluating individual tenant needs, including the housing preferences and special requirements. With that, Chair Watson and Commissioners, mahalo for the opportunity to share the latest updates on the initiatives that the Land Development Division is advancing on the island of Kauai.
Any questions by the commissioners?
Yes,
Commissioner
I've
Neves?
got several questions. On the USDA RD funding for the water tank, you said there's $482,000 left over.
Yes, and that was something that we were working along, trying to find additional, I want to say, work that complies with the grants that we were pursuing. And so we were in communication with USDA in regards to that.
Yeah, I believe we have a generator that needs to be housed.
I believe so.
Yeah, so that might be where we can use some of that money if it complies. Let's see. So the phase three, Pete Line and Mike, phase three, 40 lots, that's in process being designed at this point. Looks like plan specification for FY '25.
Yes, and there still needs to be further funding for that particular project.
Okay. On the cesspool assessment, I know some folks, there was a state grant, some folks had their cesspools done, I think, in Kekaha. But I guess the question is how are we gonna fund these cesspools, funding for our individual beneficiaries? Has anybody come up with a plan on how we're gonna do that, or?
Okay, how are you still on the line? I know there was an item that was brought up and something that was discussed at a department level.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had a hard time unmuting. I'm sorry. What was it again?
Yeah, I have as Commissioner Nevis, I just had a concern about the cesspool assessment for Kauai and how that's being funding. Is the state providing any funding? Are we looking at grant funding for the individuals that have to convert either to a septic system or hook up to a waste system?
Right now, the objective of the assessment is so that we as a department can see how we need to upgrade our infrastructure to be able to accommodate people that are converting. But we don't have any specific things now as far as grants for lessees.
Okay, thank you.
So I actually have one comment here. She can actually answer that.
Sure.
Hi, aloha commissioners and Chair Watson, Nancy McPherson, Planning Office. We have been working with the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency. We are getting technical assistance from them. We are pursuing various avenues for funding for cesspool conversion, so that's in the works. It's probably going to be another year or so before we get those recommendations.
Thank you, Nancy. Commissioner, I also wanted to add that part of our strategy for the repairs, maintenance projects are for us to upgrade some of our infrastructure so we can get it up to county standards, and that way we can license it over so the county can be able to manage it.
And just one more question, and that comes down to the Lahui Grove Eisenberg parcel. Initially, I thought my understanding was Eisenberg was on the other side of Eisenberg Park, but it looks like this is closer to the airport. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Yeah, if we could get a better map so people could look at it, it sort of tells me what you're gonna do, but I'm familiar with that area since I worked at the airport. There could be some noise issues as well for homes that are being put in that area. But we can provide a better map for our beneficiaries to look at. I appreciate it.
May I also request, Shireen, do you have additional comments in response to Commissioner's Mana'o?
Aloha, Commissioner. This particular property is not close to the airport. It's about 1.5 miles away from there. I'm not sure about where the flight paths may be, but it is Mauka of where the hospital is, if that helps. We did update the map that was shown, I think during this slideshow might be a little different than the hard copy you were given, because I updated to give them a better map that identifies the parcel we're acquiring in yellow. It's a little easier to read.
Yeah, because this map shows just the opposite. It shows the Makai side.
Michael, could you pull that up a quick one?
If we just correct that, it'd be fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
I think the map you're looking at in your hand is, it shows future development from the private sector, the 1,500 and the 500. That's not our land. It's Mauka.
Okay, that's what.
So we'll provide that updated map that you see on the screen.
Yeah, please. Thank you. Thank you. That's all I have. Thanks.
Any other commissioner Comments or questions? Okay, we have some public testimony. We'll start with Joanne Yukimura. Okay, how about Claire Niheu? Okay, next one, Blossom Fatera.
Once again, Commissioners, mahalo for the opportunity, Mr. Chair. So on item E1, I had actually several questions. First of all, in your assessment of Kauai, just some clarification. We are looking at the potential of installing a sewer system as one of the options to be able to shut down the cesspools on the property out there. And so question number one is, will DHHL be paying for that? Traditionally, the department will invest in the infrastructure and then do a memorandum of agreement with the various counties to be able to manage the system moving forward. And for places like Hanapepe, understanding what it's going to cost the individual homesteader to replace that cesspool with a septic system, I think it'll be cheaper in the long run for both the department as well as the beneficiaries to be able to look at a sewer system put in place for West Kauai. And so thank you again for the clarification on Hanapepe Master Plan and Environmental Assessment. Just a little bit of questions regarding the new, for this project. So the beneficiaries in West Kauai has not had an opportunity to weigh in on this project. So for them to learn that 30 of those lots are going to be low-income housing tax credit rent with option to purchase was a surprise to them. And I would consider and ask the commission at some point in time in the very near future, if Land Development Division could do a consultation for beneficiaries regarding this project coming forward. And again, I just want to extend my thanks to Lehua and her staff for being able to come up with that policy point, because should the commission find it in their hearts to approve that policy point, Hanapepe beneficiaries will surely benefit from that. Regarding the Eisenberg Grove Farm, so the map that's in the packet is not the correct map, is that correct? Oh, good, because I was gonna say your, the information you shared was 1,000 homestead lots and 200 subsistence ag lots, and it's showing 2,500 or 2,000 lots with mixed use, commercial and a hotel.
So we'll update that to reflect what
Okay,
is
so
the
as long as we
department's-
know, we're not gonna have one hotel.
Correct.
Another hotel on Hawaiian Homes. That's good, right?
Yes, we're just
and then
working on housing.
finally, so I think if Kalani, if you can actually repost the new information on the website so that we'll be able to access it.
Yes.
To take a look at that.
It should be on the current project's website as well. So we
Okay.
can forward that to you.
And then finally, I know that there are several people from beneficiaries from West Kauai as well as tenants from Waipoli who would like to address the commission. So without further ado, thank you very much for your time.
Lourdes Torres.
Aloha, my name is Lourdes Torres, and Chairman and Commissioners, thank you so much for allowing me these few minutes to speak to you about the human impact and the casualties, as I'm calling it, that this decision of acquiring the Waipoli complex is going to have on 300 people. I only represent 5 of those 300. I've been in Kauai for 20 years, and I've been a homeowner for most of that. And COVID recently had tremendous impact on me financially, and I lost my home, I lost my business, and I'm still holding on to 2 farms that I have here on Hawaii, in Kauai. And I live with 3 other people, 2 teachers in Kapa, and 1 engineer of Spectrum, who I understand Spectrum had a very difficult time getting employees, and they were closed for about 6 weeks recently. And I'm just saying, I would like to have the opportunity to say that the impact on the workforce in Kauai, especially in Kapa, is going to be huge. And I understand that you're doing your job, and you have to provide homes for people that have been displaced for decades and who have been without a voice for a very long time. So I do not want to say anything negative about what you're doing. I salute you for the job that you're doing, and I respect it 100%. I just want to put a human face to this, because again, I only represent one, myself here, but in my entity, there's 5 people who will not have a place to live, because to find comparable apartments is going to be very, very difficult. I believe that Waipouli is probably one of the last places on the island that is still semi-affordable rent. And a lot of people have left. Some people have been looking, and everything that is available right now is over 4,500 and above for very small units. And so I'm not sure that we have a solid plan about where we're going to put 300 people that are about to be displaced. I understand that there's some monies allocated for relocation and for moving expenses, but we have a person that lives on our property who works for a moving company and said that those funds would not even pay for the packing material to move the folks there. So I have a lot of concerns about my fate and my daughter's fate. I have a 16-year-old who was born and raised here and who goes to Kapa High and is in the agricultural program because she maybe wanting to follow my footsteps as a farmer. And I don't know that we'll have anywhere to go here, because even if we had the money to afford the higher rent, there aren't any units available. And when there is, thank you, Felicia, when there is something available, there's so many people applying for it that it becomes like this bidding war. The rental crisis, along with the lack of affordable rental, it has been like the perfect storm for so many people here, especially the working class. I was speaking to the head of the neighborhood association, and I don't know how much time I have, but you let me know how much I have left. The neighborhood association in the Waipouli area, and she says that businesses there are closing. Long-term businesses are closing. They're shortening their hours. They're shortening the days that they have to work because they don't have anyone applying for the jobs, because those people, the working class, they can't afford the rents that either remote workers are paying or people that are newer on the island that have deeper pockets, because the pay is not sufficient to pay for those high rents. So I just wanted to say humbly and respectfully, if you could consider the lives of those 300 folks that are going to be without homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next testifier, Jackie Marubosa. Let's see, Kenna Storm Gibson.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. And I, again, this purchase of Waipouli, as you just heard, is having a real impact on these 300 residents. They have been informed of their rights, which is a comparable apartment in a similar geographic location. They have been approached about their needs, but nobody has been shown what that plan is. No one has been shown a comparable apartment that they can actually move into. And I think my understanding is that this dislocating of 300 residents to make room for beneficiaries, and we have yet to hear a single beneficiary come before this board to say that they want to move into these apartments. I think a precedent setting for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to displace hundreds of residents to make room for folks whose my understanding is they are wanting leasehold land. There have been many, many hearings about this topic since January. There has not been a single beneficiary from Kauai that has spoken in favor of this project. And to set a precedent of one state agency undermining the workforce on an island to make room for a constituency that does not seem to really exist. I just don't think that's good housing policy. And I don't think it's good for the island of Kauai. So I would seriously ask this commission to reconsider that decision until you actually have a plan for those 300 people. It is part of the Uniform Relocation Act, which is a federal law, and I don't think it's good policy or precedent to not abide by federal relocation law. We spoke with several attorneys that are experts in the Uniform Relocation Act, and they did indicate that all of these residents would need to be offered something on the island of Kauai. It would not meet federal requirements for them to move off island. And the initial budget for the relocation was $950,000. That was the initial budget and what was approved in the submittal in January. Since then, there has been news reports that apparently there's more money available. It's unclear where from, but there was a recent news report where I believe Chairman Watson, the amount was 4.3 million. That's what was reported. When you divide that by 300 people, that's $14,000. So I just think that before moving forward, those questions should be clear, should be answered. And if I would like to say that if that company that was hired has in fact interviewed half of those residents, 50%, I would like to see their budgeted estimation for moving. What is the estimated cost for moving everybody? At least for those 50% that they have interviewed. That would be nice to know. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. The next testifier, Sam Wampler.
Good day, Chairman and Lord. It's a very nice day outside today. My name is Samuel Wampler, and I am one of the residents of 300 at the courtyards at Waipouli. And just like they said, we are stressed at the predicament that we find ourselves in. The courtyards at Waipouli, who will be evicted, I represent many of the residents that could not be here today regarding and testifying against the acquisition at Waipouli. A relocation for the residents is destructive to our work life, our situational and personal foundation or financial situation and status, causing anxiety for all of the residents. Most of these residents at the courtyard are part of the local workforce. I have experienced firsthand the agonizing struggle that so many are facing in finding housing. I have tried in vain to find housing, so if I lose my apartment, I will essentially be homeless. This is the story of so many of the residents, and this will be detrimentally affecting Kauai. I believe in helping people, however, not at the expense of harming other people. Based on what I know about this proposal, I know that it will harm all residents. No one I have spoken to, resident or non-resident, are in favor of this proposal. I believe it is immoral to go through with the current proposal, especially under false pretenses of helping people. This is sickening for us who are going to be dragged out of our homes for the purpose of helping house people. We request you reconsider the courtyards to be used for local workforce housing and help Kauai's economic stability, ensuring a strong future for Kauai. Thank you for your time and consideration. We hope that our concerns will be addressed with the urgency and attention they deserve. We look forward to your response in working together to find a solution that protects our community.
Next testified Dominique Saanga.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, thank you for allowing us this time. I too am a resident at the courtyards of Waipouli, and a lot of the points have been covered, but I just want to address the fact that ever since that we got that letter, it has been very stressful. But if you really look on the island, we've been searching wholeheartedly, whether it's apartments.com, whether it's Kijiji, wherever you look, there's not even 82 listings available to us. So we really would like to reconsider this proposal because we really have nowhere that's as well kept as a complex that we're living in right now where we could go to that's affordable and that's even comparable. Thank you.
Thank you. Demonte Manaole.
Yes, aloha. Coming from Oahu. Yeah, I just want to state for the record that as the person who's in charge of the subcontract for this Waipouli project, I have personally been involved in contact with people who want Waipouli, Native Hawaiians who's on the wait list, have been on the wait list for 40 years, and they want to be able to have access to Waipouli. For example, we have the Yoon family from Kauai, well-known family, a lot of major contacts on Kauai. Gilbert Yoon just recently retired as the principal of Kapa'a High School. And at first, when we was going for the 9% from HHFTC, we talked to him about it, but they were outside of the range of what would be available. But now that we have to go back to the drawing board, no more 9%, now they can qualify for that because we're going up to 120% AMI. So it is not true that Native Hawaiians on the wait list do not want Waipouli. In fact, out of the people that we contacted on the mainland who's waiting to come home 40 plus years, 28 people we contacted said they wanted Waipouli. Now, as far as the residents who are currently there, the truth of the matter is Waipouli has been up for eviction. The residents there have been up for eviction since like 10 years ago. The city council, Kipukai Koli'i, who's part of SHA, knows this very well because they've had numerous attempts to try to get Waipouli changed into like some kind of community building ownership or whatever. But I can say this, the owner of Waipouli, his idea is he want to be able to have Hawaiians to be able to live there. But if the deal falls through, he's going to sell it on the open market. And if he does that, and it turns into a hotel or Airbnb, the residents there are not going to have the benefit of what the department has to provide for the residents now, which means that we got to provide them the money to relocate somewhere else. We have to do that according to the law. But if the owner sells it to somebody else or becomes a hotel, they don't have to follow by that. And they're going to be out with nothing. So to vilify the department about this, I think is wholly unfair because they've known that there would be evicted sooner or later. And the fact that Hawaiians are waiting to die on the wait list, I think is atrocious. And this is a ready-made project that Hawaiians gonna be able to move right in because it's already built. So the residents there now can work with the department to get the relocation done, or they can wait till the owner sells it and they will have nothing in their pocket going forward to be able to relocate anywhere else. This is a harsh reality, but Hawaiians are not kicking out anybody. The reality is, and the truth is, and the commission should know this because it's well investigated, that they were known for years that they were going to be out long before DHHL had it. So I thank you for my opportunity to respond to this. And I have the record to show how many people want to come home, bringing our Hawaiians home from the mainland to end their life here on the Aina. I have the files. Thank you. Aloha.
The next witness, Rowena Pangan.
Aloha, everyone. I am totally against the purchase of Waipole. And the purpose is, maybe that brother like lived there, but our people of Ni'ihau, Ame Kauai, yeah? You think they like live in one condominium? I know for a fact they don't. We live off the land, we live off the ocean. Where will we hang our pig? My son-in-law, my daughter just went shoot one bull this past week. Where are we gonna hang the bull? Where are we gonna dry our fish? How are we gonna live off the land? This is not where we, us Hawaiians, like live. Kauai, ame ni'ihau. Stand up, you people of Kauai, ame ni'ihau, for your rights. Brother, you like live in the mainland like that? You go live like that. We no like. We live off the land. We live every single day. I had 4 generations living in my house. I just lost my mother last year. And the reason was, my mother was homeless. Where do I put my mother? On the street at 80 years old? No way. I brought my mother in. There was 17 of us living together. My stepfather is on the wait list. He had make. Harry Komoku from Molokai Ho'olehua. The people here, you guys have never seen Kauai this full, right? In our meetings. I made sure my people of Ni'ihau and my people of Kauai is here to stand up because they gotta be heard. Waipole ain't for everybody. My cousin Irving Contreras was living in that place. He had make because the stress that you folks had put on him, he died of a massive stroke. Because every single day he said, do I live or do I get out on the street? You know what? He was actually kicked out. I took him into my hale as well. Him and his Hanai brother. My uncle and him and my uncle lived with Irving in one apartment. It was $1,500. It was almost $3,600, almost $4,000. Who get that kind of money? You Hawaiians out there, you guys get that money. You guys can afford that kind of money? I don't think so. So please think of our people. They don't want to live in one condominium. If that brother wants to live, let him go live there. But I know the Kauai people and the people of Ni'ihau, they don't want to live like that. Where are we going to dry our fish? Where are we going to kill our animals that we catch? So please think of our people, the people that were born and raised on Ni'ihau, Ame Kauai. Thank you.
Last call, Joanne Yukimura. Claire Niheu. She left. About Jackie Maribosa. I thought they already just. Okay, that's it. Okay, the commission will convene in an executive session pursuant to section 92-5A4 HRS to consult with its attorneys on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. Is there a motion?
Sure. Can I make a comment before we go? For Kalani. You didn't mention Wailua. Can you give us an update on Wailua? You can, okay. And then Pu'upai Kuleana. Okay, all right, very good. Thank you, Sorry, Chair. Thank you.
Is there a motion?
Besides people who actually signed up, would you open it up?
Why don't you come up, please.
Sherry Cummings, for the record, beneficiary of the trust. Couple things. Just because we're talking about projects and stuff like that, there's a couple projects that I wanted to talk about. One was a fire break for Hanapepe. And I brought this up to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands Planning. And I'm asking because we were always pressured as DHHL for the Wailua corridor to be opened up for emergency opportunities. And I ask for you folks to open up and have that dialogue with the engineering or public works, County of Kauai, for Robinson's property. When you go up Moy Road, and I told Nancy McPherson, I told Kaipo Duncan this, when you go up Moy Road and you take a left, after you get through that first gate, there's a second gate, you open that gate, and that is gonna be the gate that save our people. That road takes you all the way down to Waimea. When the fires burned and it started on our lands and it went west on Robinson's property, this is what's gonna save us, that road there. So I ask you folks to ask about Robinson's property, because the same pressure that they're putting on the department, they can put that on Robinson's as well. The second that I want to talk about is the removal of the 4 dams. I brought this up again to the department planning. I have original maps that does show that Conejo Reservoir is ours. That was the biggest problem, I think, for the longest of times when we were dealing with past commissioners, that Conejo supposedly was on the side of McCluskey. That is not true. So all of these dams, we lived on a whole all our lives. The 4 dams that you guys went ahead and say no more, never even have water inside. We gotta be honest, McCluskey took that years ago. Out of that 5 tributaries, 4 goes down into our river. 1, he violated law. He's taking that 5th tributary, Waipahe'e, and he's taking that water all the way down on his property. We have 0 water. In regards to that lands, the 2,100 acres that we spoke about, Chairman, others that I talked about as well, that we were interested in removing Albizia and fighting for the water. We had a plan, supposedly with G70, that was going to award subsistence ag, that was going to award pasture. We had community use designated already. What happened? We got, that went on the back burner. We created the Hakaka over here for the water use development plan that went into full effect over a year ago. And it's a disgrace to us as people that the Department of Hawaiian Homelands is asking for only 0.3 MGD for water for Anahola, and yet on the books, that was going to be the biggest give back to us Kanakas on ag land. So I ask, what is the ask? Why are we not asking for serious, foreseeable water use for DHHL beneficiaries? You're putting us in this kind of situations in houses where we don't want to be, we want land, and you're taking away the opportunity for us to go for water. We should never have, to me, and I have family who's contractors and has the expertise. It was so easy to build that to code. And I also want to talk about that map that you folks said it's the wrong map for the Grove Farm purchase in Lihue. Because I'm wondering, Chairman, if Grove Farm told you that there were multiple people, developers, two that we know of, that wanted to develop on those lands that you folks will be buying for us. Those lands were toxic lands. Prior developers could not build on that lands. And yet we're gonna go and buy these lands to put us on top there. I know KIUC has actually taken their water now. There's sludge water that is actually on that property that you go and purchase. That's their pilau water that's going in there. Just recently, as around a month ago, they were told for remove that water, of that bad water going into those lands that we're purchasing. That's toxic. And we cannot say that because we are exempt from these types of EPAs, these types of EISs, we're not going to do that, and you guys are going to put us on these lands. We're already suffering. Where's Uncle Vidina? Our Waimea Kekaha lands, that's Pilau lands. Still that bubbling of the oil coming out. And I agree with the last testifier. When we had our meetings, we had two commissioners that was with us. I just think it's the wrong people they're trying to buy that project because it was a failure of the county. They had that in affordable, where affordable housing, I think, was only 20 years, and then it went up, and it could become free market. It shouldn't be you,
Can you
Mr.
summarize?
Chairman. Yeah,
We
I
gotta
don't
go
want
into
you,
executive.
I don't want you to build, I don't want you to purchase Waipoli. Somebody else should purchase Waipoli and let these guys get in there, and even our people, let somebody else finance them. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion for executive session? Can I have a motion?
So move.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. So we're gonna go into executive session. We'll be back, is this right? 1 o'clock. Okay, 1 o'clock, we'll be back. And we'll open up the area for further testimony, and we're gonna get into the J agenda? Not yet. Okay. Okay, anyway, recess. Thank you, everybody. Chair. Kali. Convening from its executive session, the commission discussed its powers, duties, and liabilities related to telecommunications on Hawaiian homelands. Okay, first. Okay, again.
F4.
F4.
Okay. Aloha and good afternoon, Commissioners. Kahana Albino again from Land Management Division, Income Properties Manager. This item that we're presenting this morning or this afternoon is for information only. It's a request that was submitted from Hawaii Land and Power LLC, who's seeking a renewable energy project on the island of Hawaii out in Waikea Hilo, TMK listed in the submittal packet. Again, we have Hawaii Land and Power as the applicant. With me today, we have some pretty important gentlemen. We have David Berryhill, who is the principal owner, developer of Hawaii Land and Power. And then we have Dan Giovanni, the owner's advisor, with us today. So again, this is an informational packet, informational submittal. You have the packet in front of you for your review. If you turn to page 3 of the packet, at the top, there's a proposed timeline for beneficiary consultation and public hearings. Right now, we're at the August 2024 meeting, which we're discussing an informational for you guys. September 2024, we're looking to conduct beneficiary consultations to be held in Hilo. In October 2024, report to the HHC on a beneficiary consultation. November 2024, there will be 2 public hearings in Hilo with HHC and approval for right of entry and issuance of right of entry and GL. In January 2024, we seek to issue a right of entry permit to Hawaii Land and Power. Without further ado, Mr. Berryhill and Mr. Giovanni has a PowerPoint presentation. I think you guys have it in front of you in your packet. With that, Dave, Mike, if you could have that prepared on the.
We're doing a F4.
There it is. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Commissioner Watson and commissioners, beneficiaries, and member of the public. I'm Dan Giovanni. I'm a renewable energy consultant. I'm a resident of Kauai, a former resident of Hilo. And with me today on my right is David Berryhill. He's the president, founder, and principal at Hawaii Land and Power. So yes, we did submit a request to the Land Management Division, a letter proposal in, it was July 21st, and we very much appreciate your consideration as we move through the process to get this approved. So we thank the Land Commission, Land Management Division for preparing the packet that's in your book based on our letter proposal and a preliminary meeting we had with them. But I'm going to give you this PowerPoint presentation and be happy to take any questions that you have on where we stand. So if you go to the first slide, which is on the screen now, it's what's driving this opportunity. And it's Hawaiian Electric Company is continuing its program to transition to renewable energy. And the next phase of that is a request for proposals from independent power developers like us to put projects on their electric systems, in particular on Hawaii Island and on Oahu. So the preliminary or the draft proposal for RFPs from Hawaiian Electric indicated that the actual RFP would be issued last Friday. They did not do that. We now know that it'll be a couple more weeks before they actually issue it. So the timeline we're going to show you today might be adjusted a couple of weeks into the future. But it's a competitive solicitation, and for Hawaii Island, which is the subject of our proposal to DHHL, it's for, they're looking for 60 megawatts of firm capacity and 134 gigawatt hours of energy. What they mean by energy is solar, wind, or battery. And they're looking for these projects to be operational for 25 years, from 2029 to 2054. So we have found what we consider to be an ideal project site. If you go to the next slide. And this is in Hilo. It's in the industrial area. I think it's the Waiakea Industrial Park. It's a piece of property that is owned by DHHL. It's 12.75 acres. It's currently vacant. It's located on Railroad Avenue on the east side of Kanawilahua Boulevard. It's zoned industrial, which is perfect for a project like this. And like I said, it's owned by DHHL. So directly across the Railroad Avenue is the nerve center for Hawaiian Electric on Hawaii Island. It's the system dispatch center, as well as their existing power plant, their engineering offices, and their base load for Hilo operations. So it's very close to existing infrastructure for Hawaiian Electric. So a quick overview of the project. A project would be what we call firm dispatchable power. It's a project that can be called upon to generate power when needed. That's what firm dispatchable means. It's reliable, and it's going to operate on biofuels. And we're looking to get biofuels, biodiesel in particular, from Pacific Biodiesel, which is located a few miles away. They have a refinery in Keau. And it would directly connect to the HECO electric grid. So in the photograph you see on the left is a photograph of a combustion turbine that is the perfect size for this project. Overall, the investment would be about $250 million. That's what we're prepared to invest. It would be developed by Hawaii Land and Power, and it would be financed by our partner, Lotus Infrastructure Group. The actual size of the project is still not finalized because it's an option to Hawaiian Electric. So we're going to bid two options into the proposal for the same site. Option number one would be a single 30 megawatt combustion turbine. And option number two would be two of those combustion turbines for a total of 60 megawatts. There would be an inclusion of on-site fuel storage, because we are required to have up to a minimum of 14 days emergency supply of fuel on site. And it would be paired with a battery energy storage system. This is not dissimilar to what you hear about with Tesla storage that's connected to your photovoltaic in your homes. And the size of the battery energy storage system would be equal to or greater than that of the firm generation combustion turbines. There's also going to be a high voltage electrical interconnection, and there'll be maintenance and office facilities. The property would be landscaped around the edges, and all of the facilities for the project would be inside of new fencing that went around the perimeter of the project. Next slide is a timeline, and I want to emphasize what's in the upper left-hand box, which really drives the process for DHHL that we're talking about. A requirement of the, it's called an eligibility requirement by Hawaiian Electric, is that we have to demonstrate that we have absolute site control for the project. So the first thing they look at when we submit our proposal is, do we have site control by a lease, or do we own the land, or do we have a lease to the land? If we do not, Hawaiian Electric doesn't even open the proposal. They disqualify it. So that's what we're here talking about today, is the process by which we go from this informational briefing through beneficiary consultation, through public hearings, ultimately through a negotiation following a positive action by the DHHL Commission. And we have to complete that before we submit the proposals. The proposals were originally expected to be due in January. It looks like it might be pushed to February, but not much longer than that, if anything. So those are the white boxes that are in this timeline. Then we would enter into a right of entry period, where we get a right of entry permit. And what occurs during that period are negotiations with Hawaiian Electric for a power purchase agreement, approval from the Public Utility Commission, the interconnection requirement study to define all of the interconnection requirements, a CAI analysis for the land, and of course, everything that we need to do for HRS 343 environmental compliance, including an environmental impact statement. And we are gracious that the HHL might be the accepting agency for that EIS, being it's their property. So if you look at the lower right-hand box of this timeline, the first line RFP issued August 16th, that did not happen. We expect it to happen within the next few weeks. So all of those dates would be pushed by the same 2 or 3 weeks. Next slide. This project, I did say that it's about a $250 million investment. A lot of that is for the equipment that we described to you, but it's also going to create a lot of jobs locally. And these are good jobs. So for the construction period, which would be nominally about 18 months, we expect to be between 60 and 100 jobs over that period. And then we transition to full-time operation and maintenance of the facility. There'll be, we expect right now on a preliminary basis, there'll be 7 dedicated personnel. Then fuel supply and delivery coming from KAO, that'd be 2 additional people, and then overall asset manager. So the estimated annual contribution to the Hilo economy, just in terms of jobs, is about $1 million a year, continuing for 25 years, once the project goes operational. And we're committed to using union labor for both the construction and the operation and maintenance of the facility. So this next figure is just an overview of the major equipment components. In the upper left corner, you see the batteries, the battery energy storage. The upper right-hand corner, you see a photograph of the combustion turbines. The lower right, you see a photograph of the fuel storage facilities. And then the final one, the lower left, is the interconnection or the actual substation that will be built, a switching station similar to this, on the property. Compensation to DHHL is not insignificant, comes in 2 parts. First are lease rents. Lease rents would be in 2 parts. First would be for the right of entry period, which would be for 3 years, which would be 2026 through 2028. And then for the operational period, which covers construction and operation, which would be 25 to 26 years, something of that order. Secondly, there will be direct community benefits for the full operational period. The nominal amount, which is actually specified in the draft RFP, would be $3,000 per megawatt per year. So that would translate, if Hawaiian Electric selects the smaller project, that would be $90,000 or thereabouts per year for 25 years. They expect the project twice that size. If they include the batteries, it could be 2 or 3 times that amount. All of that is to be determined. But those community benefits would go directly to DHHL for their existing programs for the community, probably the Hilo community or Hawaiian Island community. So that's all in addition to lease rents. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Berryhill to make a few comments.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Chairman, beneficiaries. It's a privilege to be here this afternoon to present this project to DHHL. We appreciate the opportunity to discuss and answer any questions regarding the project. And Hawaii Land and Power is committed to ensuring that the project will align with the community's energy needs, as well as give consideration and respect to the cultural, environmental, and historical aspects of the land. We We look forward to working with DHHL over the coming months to secure the right of entry for the Hilo property. And we are excited about the potential that this project and the community benefits derived from it that would benefit DHHL directly, not just for this generation, but for generations to come. Thank you, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Chair. Question? Yeah, quick question. Talked initially about potential wind turbines on the property. Wind turbines, did I hear that correctly, on the property?
Not that I know of. There's nothing, it's a vacant property currently.
No, I'm saying when you guys, if it does come to fruition, and you guys do build, is that
No, the components would include the combustion, they're looking for the firm generation.
Okay.
And battery energy storage directly paired with that.
Okay.
We'll probably take a look at a small solar array that really could be used for what we call black start of the facility or emergency power, but we're not looking to put wind turbines on the site.
Okay, sorry, I misheard. I was thinking of putting wind turbines in that area. Doesn't sound good. So I have bad eyes even with my glasses on. Where exactly on Railroad Avenue is this?
So Railroad Avenue is parallel to Kanoiluhua.
Yeah.
On the east side of the first row of industrial businesses.
So,
Right across Puhaku Ave, you know where.
okay, so in reference to the Home Depot, sorry, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Down the street.
Right down the street.
Towards the airport.
Yeah, towards the airport, but south of the airport.
Got it, understand.
And it's on the east side of the road.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in addition to the lease rents during the right of entry period as well as the operational period, the community-based benefit, just rough estimate, $3,000 per megawatt per year, which comes out roughly 90,000.
That's a small project, yeah.
And that's being conservative. 90,000 per year. That's being conservative.
Yes, that's the low, that's the minimum.
Okay, thank you.
And if, the way that, we're not quite sure how the numbers game goes, but so we're gonna bid, a small and a big option. And if they pick the bigger option, it immediately doubles.
Got it, okay. Thank you very much.
Would the size of the property double? Or do you
No,
meet them
the size of property is sufficient to support the larger project and the smaller project.
Commissioner Kalekini?
Thank you, Chair. I want to start off, I want to ask Staff Kahana a question.
Yep.
So the parcel, Kahana, what is the history on what the department has used this parcel for?
From my knowledge, it's been vacant for some time. I know we've had revocable permits when I first started back in '04 up until like 2008, and then we had terminated those permits, and it's been vacant since then. Prior to that, I believe there was a general lease. I forget who the entity was, but there was a general lease prior to that.
Okay, so the department did generate some amount of income for the department, and any idea what, just a couple years or?
Yeah, it was just a couple of years. I don't remember what the rent was.
Yeah, that's okay. So it's been idle for some time.
Yes.
What about, do we have any concerns or issues with folks like sleeping in the vacant area, homeless or houseless people?
Definitely, we've experienced, as you know, as you're fully aware, homeless, where we had to go in and remove and cite and remove, kind of thing. So since then, I don't think, I haven't heard anything from the enforcement unit with regards to any more actions taken in there. But yeah, we've experienced those issues.
Yeah, just FYI, I do pass this area often because it's on the way to the transfer station when I go dump rubbish. But yeah, I see folks there with their wagons and whatnot. And Makai, it's the lot right next to Hansador Lumber.
Got it.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, listen, this opportunity, for me, it seems like for us, for the department and whatnot, is well worth considering. Thanks, Kahana. For Dan and Dave, appreciate the presentation, you two. And just for everyone's knowledge, yeah, so with regards to, these types of projects, when Dan mentions like firm, flexible generation, it's very important for the island because of all the technologies that are considered as available in order for us to transition to 100% renewable energy by 2045, which is the mandate, the state mandate. We need renewable energy resources that has the firm and dispatchable capabilities. Today, so there's not much because wind is only as available. The batteries help out, but only for a duration of time. So this proposal seems like a well worthy of our consideration, and I would support it. And looking forward to hearing more about it. And not surprised that Helco is pushing, or Hawaiian Electric is pushing down the deadline. Some they get into it'll be a couple of weeks or whatever, like Dan mentioned. But looking forward to the next steps. Appreciate it, everybody. Mahalo.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I have one more question.
Yes, sir.
Would this be on a fixed rate for 25 years?
So it would be a power purchase rate under agreement with Hawaiian Electric, and we have to take a look at the final form of the RFP, because there's been indications that they want us up front to propose the use rate for the full 25-year term. And so we haven't seen that yet, but we expect to see it. And then the idea is that we'll see it in plenty of time for us to do a final negotiation with DHHL on the lease rent. Because whatever we end up negotiating with DHHL has to be factored into our proposal to Hawaiian Electric. So all of that's kind of up in the air right now.
Yeah, so in regards to the lease rent, we try to, as much as possible, have it escalate,
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll negotiate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had a couple of questions regarding, you're saying that it'll cost about $250 million to build this, but it's subject to the sizing that you get awarded based on the RFP that Hawaiian Electric puts out. So that's kind of up in the air. But you also mentioned that you needed site control by January of 2025, but you also need to do the EPA.
Not by 2025.
Yeah, by that. I mean, is that enough time to do all of that?
No, we need the site control commitment, and that could, from DHHL, before we submit the proposal, say February 1st of 2025. Then we've got this permitting and study period in which you do the Kapaakai analysis, you do the 343 environmental impact statement, et cetera, and that can, an interconnection study, that can go on for 2 years during the right of entry permit period. And then we need, at the end of that, PUC approval. So those approvals and all need to be approved. We will be making right of permit payments to DHL during that period, even though there's still some possibility the project will not go forward because we wouldn't get the final approval.
You guys okay with that?
Yeah, we're okay with that.
Yeah, so the right of entry period, Chair, is again, that period for them to do the due diligence.
Yeah, the due diligence.
Yeah.
Is that due diligence sufficient site control for you, Hawaiian Electric? Because it's not really a general lease.
The key is that we need to show Hawaiian Electric that we have a secure site to do the project.
Right.
That, subject to PUC approval, Kapaakai, it will comply with all that. But DHHL is committed to us that if we can check all those boxes, we have the lease.
So that'd be okay? I mean, you guys have experience with Hawaiian Electric, and they are willing to accept a right of entry subject to satisfying all these conditions, then you get the general lease.
Yes, that would be sufficient. An example of what's not sufficient would be you go get the project and then come back to us and go through this 6-month process. That would not be sufficient. In other words, if we said, we're going to propose a project, and if you pick us, then we're going to go talk to DHHL. They'll say, no, you should talk to them already and got the commitment to work with you.
Now, I'm kind of curious about your guys' track record. What have you guys done here in Hawaii similar to this or elsewhere?
You want to speak to Joint Base?
Yes, Hawaii Land and Power was a partner in 3 projects that were selected most recently by Hawaiian Electric at Joint Base Pearl Harbor. Kapono Solar, a 100 megawatt Rice reciprocating engine firm power project, and a 5.5 megawatt with 4-hour storage, energy storage project, all intended to form a microgrid for Joint Base Pearl Harbor so that they could switch on and switch off of the grid during times of contingency. And our financial partner, Lotus Infrastructure Group, is a $300 billion energy infrastructure fund that owns energy infrastructure assets, transmission lines from Texas to California, ammonia and hydrogen facilities, power generation facilities.
No, I'm sorry. I can't understand you.
Sorry. You got to move closer to the.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I was watching your lips move, but I was saying, what the hell is this guy saying?
Where should I start? From the beginning?
Yeah.
Okay. Hawaii Land and Power was a partner with Amoresco in the Joint Base Pearl Harbor Energy Infrastructure and Resiliency Project. That project was selected both by the Navy and also by Hawaiian Electric in this most recent Stage 3 RFP.
How big were these projects that you were selecting?
That project consisted of 3 projects: a 42 megawatt PV farm
42.
with 4-hour storage,
Right.
a 100 megawatt reciprocating engine firm generation project,
Okay.
and a 6 megawatt PV with 4-hour storage.
500 watt, not megawatt.
No, 5 megawatt PV project with 4-hour storage. So all those projects were intended to form a microgrid. So in addition to the projects themselves, there was in-kind consideration that enabled Joint Base Pearl Harbor, the entire base, to isolate from the HECO grid during periods of contingency. And so those projects were both selected by the Navy and secondarily by Hawaiian Electric. So.
And what kind of biofuel are you guys proposing to use in these?
Biodiesel, B100.
Okay. What is that, liquidized?
It's a liquid fuel produced from, in the case of the Big Island Pacific, biodiesel makes it from fats, oils, and greases that are collected and refined into a fuel.
And all the infrastructure is in that if we were giving you this project, you guys would, in 2-3 years, have all the infrastructure in to access all these kind of biofuels that you're going to need?
The biofuels already exist. The infrastructure, we would go through the permitting process for this project during the right of entry period, obtain all the permits, and then begin construction. And the timeline for that is provided with the materials.
Okay.
But yes, the fuel exists. We don't need to grow a crop, and we have reliable fuel suppliers, both in the form of Pacific Biodiesel and IES and PAR.
Now, would you guys, normally, I know we did it in Anahola, where KIUC came in, they put together a benefits package, they did a resource center, a lot of good things, working with the community. They even gave them a equity share in the revenue stream, which to me showed a real commitment in working with the community. And I kind of like that in a sense that, these are trust lands. So they have to benefit the people that we're trying to serve in more than just, giving them money, whether it be an internship, jobs, or, various other things that really speak to your guys' commitment to working with the community.
Sure.
And that's something that I think the department as a program needs to do more of. And so what's your guys' thoughts on that?
We expect a robust community engagement, particularly with the beneficiaries of DHHL, to gain and seek input as to where the priorities are. Entirely 100% of the community benefits would be provided to DHHL to use at their discretion for the benefit of their beneficiaries.
Yeah, see, I'm not just talking about money, guys. There's money that's good, but there's also a lot of, jobs, building a resource center that the community can use, put it in, maybe even discounts on their electricity bill, just a variety of things that, not getting creative because we're doing it elsewhere. So if you guys maybe should educate yourselves as to some of the different projects that we're doing and maybe replicate and embrace the community and reach out and work with them.
Thank you, Chair. I'm aware of the incredible benefit that KIUC and Anahula projects have done. So I'm familiar with that. So we're in a situation on this project where we want to do, on the one hand, whatever makes sense, and we have an open mind to that when it comes to working at it. On the other hand, we can't price ourselves out of competition. Right. It is a competitive bid. So that has to be worked out in the next 3 or 4 months before we submit the proposal.
And we'd be happy to share some of our benefits packages that we've entered into.
We have an open mind.
And then we also can put you in contact with some of the associations that we have out there that would be, I think, very interested in working with you folks. So I don't have any other questions. Any other questions, guys? Okay. Okay. How about you folks? Do you want to do a closing statement, or is that it?
Well, you want to go? Yeah, just thank you for your time, and we look forward to the next step in the process.
We do have one public testifier. Maybe you should hang on for a sec after she testifies. Jojo Tanimoto.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I used to work at Health once upon a time. So my question for you is mostly on, do you have a program you can do for that? And I'm sure you'll pick up on the environmental.
Jojo, you got to start building, rebuilding your house or whatever. But there's a lot of noise that we can't really understand you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was wondering about fire hazard because the back side of that lot is where the rubbish dump is and all farm lots and whatnot. The other thing you probably find out in the environmental assessment, and that would be it's the fuel, the kind of stuff, hazardous stuff on Hawaiian homelands. I live in Kauai High, across from the harbor. And once upon a time, we had a project was going out over here, and they wanted to move all the fuel and the cement to Hawaiian homelands. But the Coast Guard takes care of the maintenance and the fires and all that kind of stuff. So they're still on the harbor and not on Hawaiian homes. So I was wondering if you folks have a plan to mitigate hazardous materials on that property, because it's all forest out there. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you for the comment. We're committed to not doing an EA, but to do a full-blown EIS to identify all the potential hazards and corresponding mitigations that would be required for them. So that's part of the process. And we look to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to be the accepting agency of that and have the loudest voice in the quality of the EIS. But we're committed to do that during the right of entry permit period.
Okay. Any other questions? And don't get me wrong now, when I was throwing this benefits package at you, I recognize that it has to be viable. You can't just give away the kitchen sink and not expect to make no profit. I mean, business is business, but yet you're dealing with trust lands, so keep that in mind. Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Okay, G1, for information only, status update on plan implementation on the island of Kauai. Andrew Choi or Nancy?
Aloha kako, commissioners, Chair Watson. Andrew says his apologies. He wasn't able to make it today, Andrew Choi. So I will go through this as quickly as I can. And we do have a written submittal as well as a PowerPoint. And we've been challenged to keep up with the Land Development Division. So hopefully we can keep coordinating with them so that handoffs go smoothly and we can keep everything moving forward. Okay? We're just going to update you on we did update our general plan. So as we start updating our island plans, right now we're working on the Hawaii Island Plan update. The Maui Island Plan update's going to be next. And then hopefully we can get Kauai's Island Plan into the pipeline for updating as well. Because then those plans will reflect the policies in the updated general plan. And we have, climate change and, land use designation changes and all kinds of stuff. So we want to make sure that our island plans are updated in a timely fashion. Okay. The Kauai Island Plan was approved in 2004, and it's a comprehensive resource for planning, land management, and direction for island-wide needs, opportunities, and priorities. We do designate all lands to promote orderly land use and efficient development of infrastructure. Next. These are our lands on the island of Kauai. We have 6, 7, and Moloa'a was mentioned earlier, and that's way up in the northwest there. Next slide. These are our acreages by land use designation, and the fine print down there says it doesn't include land use amendments that have occurred after 2004. So this is straight out of the 2004 Island Plan, but we do have, next slide, we have island land use plans for these areas. Starting on the upper left is Waimea, which is our largest tract, over 15,000 acres. We've got Kekaha on the lower left. In the middle is Wailua. We are moving forward with a master plan and environmental assessment for the Wailua lands. So this is what the land use designations are in the island plan. And then in the lower upper right is Anahola, and below that is Moloa'a. In the island plan, we have development priorities, and these are updates on the status. So we do have a well. We do have a well in Wailua, but we are also going to need storage, roads, water and sewage transmission lines, and we are going to be looking at all of that when we update or when we do the master plan and EA, which has actually started. We have not started community engagement yet, though, and we don't have a schedule for that quite yet, but we're working on it. And as soon as we do, we'll come back to the commission and give you another update. Hanapepe was discussed earlier in the Land Development Division update. We are moving forward with the 82 lots in Phase 2, but Phase 3 is going to require potentially additional potable water, and we do need to look at wastewater needs. Anahola, Pilani Mai Kekai is moving along. They're still leasing lots, though, however, and building. And my understanding is that the design engineer will be secured in fiscal year 2025. Next slide, please. So these are the amendments that have occurred since 2004. Hanapepe, we did move the land uses around a little bit and move the residential to up behind the existing Phase 1 because of available infrastructure. We also did Kuleana Homestead settlement plans for Pu'uopai in Waimea and Anahola, Mauka. And then Ulupono Anahola project was a community use designation. So the Anahola, there's more about this a little bit further along, but we are looking at 115 homestead lots, 14 pastoral and 101 subsistence agriculture. So currently, my understanding is there's a meets and bounds survey underway, roadway and drainage designs, and then we are, so I know that in the LDD update, it did talk about basically decommissioning those reservoirs, but however, the way it was done, there is a potential for having those put back into operation eventually. If we can find the resources to do that, we definitely do want to study the situation more. As an earlier beneficiary testified, that there is a potential to investigate what has happened to the surface water resources up there. And so the department is, we are concerned about that situation. We do want to investigate it further. So that is not over yet by any means. And then Pu'uopai, we have had a change in plans as far as the West Kauai Energy Project goes, unfortunately, and you'll hear an update from our consultant Jonathan Scheuer right after this, item G2. So we are reevaluating what the options are to implement Pu'uopai. And then, as I just mentioned, we need to do a comprehensive update for the island plan. And so we also have multiple regional plans for the island of Kauai, including Wailua, which was 2009, and we have multiple projects for Wailua, including surface water and potable water, including a relief route and the Wailua wastewater treatment plant facility. So for these projects, we are going to be reevaluating all of this during the master plan and EA process. Next slide, please. We also do have multiple projects for the Anahola Regional Plan, which was updated in 2022, and we really appreciated Commissioner Nevis's participation in that process. There was a lot of community involvement. So we also have surface water resources as a priority project. We also have the Trades Academy and the Makai Management Plan. That's Jeremy Makepa and the Aina Alliance. They're moving forward with that. Anahola Place-Based Education Network. I believe that the Kanui Kapono Charter School is going to be on the J agenda tomorrow to present to you. And that is really a network including the Limu project. So they have multiple participants. There's a lot of great work going on with this place-based education network. It's very exciting, and the community's fully in support of it. And then we have the Mauka farm lot plan again with the Kuleana Homestead Settlement Project. Okay, next. Sorry, this is so small, the type. And then on West Kauai, we are still looking at Pu'uopai. That is a priority project. The Multipurpose Evacuation and Education Center, we are working with multiple interested beneficiary organizations. We would really like to see a coordinated project go forward. The Kekaha Enterprise Center is operational, and we're looking at renewable energy projects. Again, that was the West Kauai Energy Project, but we want to keep looking at what those options are. And then agricultural uses for the Hanapepe lots. So hopefully that Phase 3 will, be happening in the first reasonable time frame, and because we do have agricultural, recreational, open space, community use, and commercial opportunities that are going to be happening for phase 3. Okay, next, just to kind of recap the regional plan update, that's our most recent one, and the commission approved it in December 2022. So our homestead associations and beneficiary organizations are actually actively forming partnerships and obtaining quite a bit of funding actually for implementation, particularly the stewardship of the Makai area south of Pi'ilani Maike Kai, and the moving forward with the Makai management plan. Next, please. So this is just another list of the priority projects that were identified during the Anahola Regional Plan update. Okay, and again, it's too small. So this, again, just to review the Hanapepe Homestead Master Plan and EA, we really appreciated all the participation by beneficiaries, particularly our Ni'ihau beneficiaries that live on the west side of Kauai. And so we really are hoping that can move forward. That's a very exciting project. We are going to have to work closely with the County of Kauai to get infrastructure needs met. And we will look into what was mentioned earlier, the potential of an emergency access across Robinson Lands to make sure that there's another ingress and egress in emergency situations for that community. Once this project is implemented, however, there will be another access point from the Kuhio Highway. Okay, next. So this is just again to review the Pu'uopai Special Area Plan. The Kekaha Hawaiian Homestead Association is still working to implement their farm and irrigation plan, so continued access to water from the ditch system is very important for their efforts. We also have a pastoral lessee up there running cattle, and so again, the West Kauai Energy Project is not looking like it's going to move forward at this time, but we do need to explore other opportunities or options for providing road access and hopefully at least some surface water resources. And finally, the Anahola Kuleana Homestead Settlement Plan. This is the design, and we really want to get going with that so that all of the regrowth doesn't happen, or we can keep that under control. Green energy did improve the major roads up there, and so this again will provide subsistence agriculture, pastoral leases, and 28 acres of community use. And that is our planning office update for the island of Kauai.
Any questions, commissioners?
Thank you.
Okay, G2 for information only, Kauai water issues and projects. Dr. Jonathan and Cherie.
Aloha mai kako.
Aloha.
Hi, Commissioners. And yeah, Cherie Ka'anana, who has Kuleana this evening in Honolulu, will be presenting the second half of the presentation. So for those of you who are new to the Commission, every time the Hawaiian Homes Commission is off island in a community, we do an update on water issues and projects in that particular community in furtherance of the mandate from the Hawaiian Homes Commission's Water Policy Plan, which was adopted 10 years ago in 2014. Very briefly, I will cover the first 3 items, an overview of how much water we need to fulfill all of our proposed land uses on the island and how we reserve that water from the Commission, a little bit more of an update that Nancy touched on the West Kauai Energy Project, and then also an update on some planning efforts the county has been doing that we've been partnering with them on long-term water planning on the island. You've seen many versions of this map, but this is a map of the various Aina Ho'opulupula on Kauai. There are four main goals in the water policy plan, and actually the goals were overall developed when we did 2 rounds of beneficiary training and outreach on the water policy plan in 2013 and 2014, and folks identified over 30 primary goals that they wanted us to do. Chairperson at the time wisely said you can't implement 30 goals at a time, so asked for priorities, and so there were 4 priority goals. And the first priority goal was, should I go back? Was to affirmatively communicate with beneficiaries regarding water decisions, performance, and water rights on a regional and annual basis. And that's why we do these presentations. People are very clear. Don't tell us after you've done something what you did and why you did it. Come to us beforehand. And then when you've done it, also come back and talk story with us. So first of my 3 sections on DHL water demands and reservations. So next slide. You might have to click through. There should be another image or 2. So how do we figure out how much water we need in the future? We take the island plans and the regional plans that were developed with beneficiary consultation that you guys adopt as your formal plans for each island, and then we take the land uses that are in each of those plans. So if it's residential or pastoral, commercial, etc. And then we apply standard water rates. This is often the water system standards of the relevant county we are in. So for instance, a common water system standard for the counties is if you have a single family home, you need 600 gallons per day for that home. So we'll say, okay, if you're planning a subdivision with 50 lots, you take 50 lots, multiply it by 600, you get the number of water that we would be our future demand. Same thing for various agricultural uses. We get it from the Agricultural Water Use and Development Plan. One exception is a particular study that was done for the demand of kalo, for kalo growing in wetland agriculture, which we have some suitable lands for that. We use a study that was a cooperative effort between the U.S. Geological Survey and the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. So we come up with our water demand rates. Now you can go to the next slide. And this is basically a visual of that equation. So 600 units, or 600 gallons per day, 50 units, you need 30,000 gallons a day. Next slide. So for the island of Kauai right now, having applied that methodology to all of our lands, the largest figure, because there's such a large tract of land, 16,000 acres, are our lands in and around Pu'upai, almost 26 million gallons a day of non-potable water, not water for drinking, but irrigation. And then for the different tracts, a little over 500,000 gallons a day for Hanapepe, 750,000 gallons a day for Wailua, 1.4 or so gallons for Anahola, other tracts. So those are ultimately the amount of water that we would need to fully build out with existing plans all of our lands on the island. Next slide. I'm going to highlight for you our Moloa'a tract. We are in the process of updating how much water we need. We, using the methodology I just went over with you, came up with this calculation of about 4.7 million gallons a day that would be needed. The Water Commission has its own proprietary software that they use to calculate irrigation demand. And when they looked at our proposed uses, but used their formula, they came up with a slightly higher number, 5.1 million gallons a day. This is going to become important, and I'll say a little bit more about it later, and Cherie might touch on it, because right now, and I think you might have talked about it earlier, there is a well on state land in the Moloa'a Forest Reserve, which is held by a revocable permit by a private entity. But that would actually be a good drinking water source for our use of lands in Moloa'a. And so right now, the private party has been pursuing getting a long-term lease of that water. That triggers a requirement in state law for us to formally get a new reservation from the Water Commission. So that's why we're looking at those numbers now. And we would do beneficiary consultation as part of that finalization of that request. So we have our demands on one side. Reservations are the amount that the State Water Commission sets aside for our future use and is supposed to prevent anybody else from using. And so based on not on our groundwater needs, our potable water needs. They've given us almost all the water that we think that we need in terms of reservations from these different hydrologic units. We also do have a large reservation for surface water from the Waimea surface water hydrologic unit, which we got as part of the settlement of the Waimea River settlement that's part of the West Kauai Energy Project that Nancy talked about little, and I'll talk about some more. So that's like a very large one. It's actually our largest reservation to date anywhere in Hawaii. But we have these other amounts reserved as well from the Water Commission. So that's a really important thing for the long-term protection of the trust's interests. Next slide. But as we've had to explain to a lot of, sometimes like beneficiaries have been like, hey, I heard you got the reservation. When can I get my meter? The distance between getting a reservation and getting a meter is still considerable, because in order to actually turn that paper water, as we sometimes call it, into wet water, we actually then also have to, if you go to the next slide, obtain CIP funds, develop source, transmission, storage, go through any environmental analysis, reach agreements with either the county or another water purveyor to operate that system for us, or set up our own system and go through that whole process. If you go to the next slide. So now to update you a little bit more on what Nancy already touched on the West Kauai Energy Project. A very high-level timeline is on the left, but basically this has been in the works for many, many years. As part of our kuleana for that, in August of 2020, we published the final environmental assessment and finding of no significant impact for our proposed homestead settlement around Pu'opai. Then KIUC published they chose to do an environmental assessment, not an environmental impact statement, so a smaller review. It was contested by a community group. They filed in circuit court that this actually required a full EIS and not an environmental assessment. After a year's worth of litigation and negotiation for that, KIUC announced in December of last year they're not going to implement, they have no plans to fully implement the project, but instead they just want to implement their required developments under phase 1 of the agreement, which was just to update in a small way the old 4 stream diversion systems on the Koke'e Plateau for those 4 tributaries of the Waimea River. Immediately after that, as they proceeded to try and implement those, concerns were raised by, as KIUC tried to implement its plans, concerns were raised by the Agribusiness Development Corporation and the Kikaha Agricultural Association, who leases lands in the Manawa Plain from the ADC, that if this phase 1 went in, which was planned to be the first of many phases, among other things, our beneficiaries, our existing beneficiaries at Pu'opai and the Maninis up in their pastoral lots would not get water significant amounts of the year. So we raised our concerns with the Water Commission. It's taken a number of months, and we continue to go back and forth with the other parties to try and figure out whether there can be a design or compensation from KIUC that will allow the system in this reduced form to at least reliably deliver water, first and foremost to our beneficiaries, but secondarily to the few ADC tenants on that system. Last part that I'll talk about for now, I might chime in on one of Cherie's, is just to update you on the Kauai Department of Water's water use and development plan. So just as there's county general plans, and as we have a general plan and an island plan, the Water Commission has a Hawaii Water Plan that governs how water is supposed to be managed. And one of the key components of that is each of the 4 counties are supposed to develop county water use and development plans that lay out how they're going to develop water on the island for the last 20 years. They were coming in, they started this project, well, their plans are supposed to be adopted and updated every 5 years. The first water use and development plan adopted by Kauai was in 1990, and until this one, they had not done an update. And so they had started it and then stopped it and started it and stopped it. And there had been some community meetings, not necessarily the most robustly advertised. And so when they appeared in front of the Water Commission in 2024 with their penultimate draft and said, hey, we think we're ready to go, we said, like, it'd be really nice if you did some extra outreach to our beneficiaries who probably had no idea that this process was even going on. They happily and readily agreed. We worked with them closely. We held 2 meetings, one on the east side, one on the west side of the island. Beneficiaries, it was well attended. Beneficiaries provided robust feedback. They incorporated some changes and they adopted their report. They published their updated final report in June of this year. That does more now to incorporate our future needs. With that, I'll hand it over to Cherie.
Thank you, Jonathan. For the record, Sri Kanana, DHHL Water Program Specialist. I'll now be updating on Anahoola's Surface Water Management Plan. DHHL's regional plans, as Nancy mentioned, identify priority projects decided upon by beneficiaries in a participatory planning process. The Anahoula Regional Plan was last updated in 2022, and the submittal covers priority project number 1, managing and securing surface water resources. Surface water resources from the Kealia watershed through Anahoula are an asset that the community would like to better understand for safety and potential future uses. This includes water that runs from the upper Anahoula ditch to the Kaneha ditch and to the Kaneha reservoirs 1, 2, and 3. In the 2010 and 2022 Anahoula Regional Plan's project description, a master plan for surface water resources was identified as a pathway forward to address this project. The plan would map and inventory the Malka surface water resources, measuring capacity and integrity, as well as identifying proposed watershed management and stream restoration projects. Some work investigating and addressing the availability of surface water resources and safety of existing reservoirs that has been completed by DHHL are included in the submittal. Currently underway is an environmental assessment and a redesigned demolition of the field number 1 Kealia Reservoir and the upper Anahoula Reservoir due to high cost of improvements, no water source, and liability of maintaining a regulated dam. The work on the existing reservoirs does not involve removing and filling the entire reservoir, rather removing the lower portion of the dams to allow water to flow unimpeded and reduce risk of flooding due to dam failure. Further information is in Land Development Division's E1 update, or I think it was E4, and what Nancy just presented in G1. Additional funding is needed to complete this plan, and this plan was also touched upon by Nancy. Next slide, please. Next is other projects with future water implications. Next slide, please. Other DHHL projects going forward will require water for further development. Some updates were given in item G1, the planning update, or other presentations such as LDDs. This is just a short breakdown of a few of the projects. The first is Moloa'a Water Reservation. This was touched upon by Jonathan in DHHL's water demand and reservations. There are 316 acres of undeveloped land in Moloa'a with subsistence agriculture and general agriculture as proposed land uses. There is also a special district along the stream, and the land is currently used for grazing. A revocable permit holder for a nearby well has approached the Department of Land and Natural Resources to convert their permit into a water license. And under Hawaii Revised Statute 171-58, as a part of that process, DHHL has been working with DLNR and the existing permit holder to secure a water reservation for DHHL's current and foreseeable needs. An alternate method is also potentially connecting this well to the Department of Water system, which could allow water transmission to DHHL's lands. Second is Anahoula Kuleana lots. In 2021, the Commission approved the Anahoula Kuleana Settlement Plan and final environmental assessments finding of no significant impact. The Kuleana Settlement Program provides a homesteading alternative with quicker access to raw land and an opportunity to create a new self-sufficient community. Anticipated water demands for the 462 acres is 992,000 gallons per day. The third one is Grove Farm Eisenberg property acquisition. DHHL plans to potentially acquire this 295-acre property from Grove Farm as a part of Act 279 planned amendments, and DHHL will need a secure a source of water for this property. Associated lot count and associated water demand are being determined. The fourth is Wailua Master Planning Process. The master planning process for Wailua is forthcoming. There are no specific needs identified yet because an anticipated lot count is still in progress. The last one is Hanapepe Future Phases. The construction of Phase 2's 82 lot units is ongoing. For subsequent additional phases, DHHL will meet with the county to discuss the county's capacity to accommodate DHHL's future phases and other pathways forward. Next slide, please. Lastly, I'm updating on related work with beneficiaries. Next, please. In collaboration with William S. Richardson School of Law Center for Excellence in Native Hawaiian Law, a water rights training program was designed for beneficiaries across the Pai'aina on how to prepare for, apply for, and serve on water-related boards and commissions.
One count is still in progress. The last one is on a future phases.
Kalamai, to ensure that DHHL perspective and beneficiary voices are represented. The creation of this training series stems from a suggestion from beneficiary leadership in response to the vetoing of Hawaii County Council's proposed charter amendment that would have required a member of Hawaii County Board of Water Supply to also be a DHHL beneficiary. The training takes place in 4 parts, and beneficiary interest has been strong, resulting in 3 cohorts completing the training and our 4th cohort in progress. Homestead organization leaders will be notified when applications for the subsequent cohorts are open. Jonathan, I know you wanted to chime in when I was discussing the notable graduates portion of this slide.
Why don't you finish up and I'll follow up.
Okay. Notable graduates include a Kalamai Water Commission nominee and the Maui Board of Water Supply chairperson.
So just to update you, and this touches on one of the things you discussed in the legislative package, the reintroduction of the bill to put a representative, the chairperson, or at least some DHHL beneficiary on the Water Commission. In the entire history of the Water Commission since 1987, there's been about 50 commissioners. Only one has ever been a homesteader, and it was very late in the game. It was Kamana Beamer. But one of the 4 finalists for a vacant seat on the Water Commission, there's one of the 7 seats specifically requires somebody to have knowledge of Native Hawaiian agricultural and water uses. That seat became vacant on June 30th when Neil Hannes's term expired, and because he was now on another board and commission, a new appointee needed to be named. Despite the deadline, nobody's been named into that seat, but Auntie Lori Buchanan, Molokai homesteader, was one of the finalists for that position, which is also notable because since 1987, there's only been of the 50 members, only about 18 have been women, and there's never ever been a single commissioner from Molokai. So hopefully something might shake loose, because right now, not only with 6 members, the Water Commission might get tied votes, but the department in Maui Komohana upcoming and in other areas, we have very significant matters in front of the Water Commission, and it'd be really good to have another Hawaiian voice on that commission. Shuri and I would be very happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Comments? Okay.
Mahalo nui.
Oh, we have one testifier, Kanani Kagawa.
Hi, good morning, or good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation. Just to re-echo, I wanted to bring to the attention of the board, as we went closer, excuse me. Oh, big noise. So what I had came up earlier to talk about with the legislative that was supportive echoes what Likeke just said. You know, we've had very little representation of Native Hawaiians on seaworm, and it's a good advocacy motion to move forward. We need more Native Hawaiians involved. And one thing that I failed to mention, and I wanted to reiterate as we go through the water planning, even through our reservations, considering the Moloa'a reservation as well, is the department or the commission could advocate or start being a part of the Kapa'akai analysis that should be taking place on every permitting thing that we we give out, every lease we do for the commission, every revocable permit that we turn out that is longer than a year, we really should be constitutionally diving through the kapa'akai analysis. And it's really after the developer or the person who's asking for this benefit from us, should we then consider their proposal? Because we're sitting here with reservations and the moloa coming up. We don't even know what the current gathering rights are, what the current use is. So how can we even negotiate with Seaworm or even with the previous developer that was here from the Hawaii, chair brought up the benefit package without even understanding at first what's the impact to the culture, what's the impact to our resource rates, and then we go from there to negotiate out our benefits package. And so similarly with the water use plan, here it's the KK has presented our water reservations and our demand, but how do we incorporate with the water use plan to say this is what is ours forever, and whatever is reserved since 2018 and we're not using, where is it? Where is all that water at? And if it's sitting somewhere in a magical well, the county is firstly responsible to transmit that water to the beneficiaries. So I just wanted to ask that question as we go through the water use plan. Thanks for, that was something that is not included. If we were to even put the baselines of what is already reserved and the data, this is one thing that's upsetting. You guys we're using data from 2014 for water use, clearly over 10 years. We need to, there's been so many farmers that have come online, so many kuleana lands that families are now revisiting and engaging back into customary practices again, all throughout Kauai. So they're gonna need water allocations pretty soon. So it would be a good time for us to implement this analysis on certain places that are asking for our beneficiary resources. So everywhere where they're asking for us to redo a permit on a well, we should be asking our beneficiaries first, what is the cultural and traditional needs of this water? And then taking that study out to do the consultation. So perhaps that was my theme of your plan. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
I have a question. You know the was it the kapa'akai?
It's the kapa'akai analysis.
Analysis.
Yes.
How active are they on this island?
Okay, so I'm gonna get myself into trouble. So right now, the kapa'akai analysis is a pick and choose for the planning department. There is no criteria to do it. We magically say, oh, it's an impact. Some large developments have to do it, some subdivisions have to do it, family. There's no criteria what triggers it from the planning and permitting sense. However, that aside, the analysis itself has become a great tool for us. We haven't seen it put into place yet. We've only seen the gathering information done. But based on an analysis, that's where the commissions, you guys, would be responsible to create the terms of the revocable leases based on the analysis. That's where you guys are responsible. Same with the planning department, right? Their responsibility is to take our concerns and put it into the next permit. So that's why, how could you make a decision on revocable permits, water allocation, any of that, without considering the impacts? That's the job of the commission, I think, based on the Constitution.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I had a couple of questions for the doctor. On the Wailua development on Kauai,
Yes.
I guess we have about 526 acres. And, apparently we've moved forward on development of some of the water. In fact, I noted in Nancy's presentation that the Wailua well, number 1, is now capped and cased and could be put into production when DHHL completes its master plan. Is that such that, and that's for potable water. So I noticed in the original number of lots we were planning is 231 lots. Would that, and if generate enough water to service all 231 lots?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. So the Wailua well that was drilled by the department, and I believe it was subsequently cased and capped. It was my recollection of things without looking at my records. So it's actually available when we have our master plan in place to be put into production. And if I recall correctly, it was a very productive well. It could produce around the order of 1 million gallons per day, which would be more than sufficient to provide the number of water credits for 200 or actually many more lots than that.
Okay, so, but there was also discussion regarding the surface water and the suggestion that we build a 500,000 gallon tank in the Kalepa Forest Reserve. And that went more to the surface water collection?
So that would be the
Or
general, for surface water collection. So the general preference and direction from the Commission on Water Resource Management is to try and match water quality to water use.
Right.
So use groundwater that's potable for drinking in people's homes or commercial or industrial uses. Use surface water for non-potable uses like irrigation. And so for Wailua full build-out, we need both drinking water for the residential homestead lots, as well as irrigation water for the agricultural planned uses on the property. And that's where the water reservation from the Wailua River that we secured would be providing water for irrigation uses, but then it helps to have some storage on the system. If you're dependent entirely on a diversion to farm, if the river is low that month, you don't have flexibility.
Well, it also mentions maybe coordinating and working with the Agribusiness Development Corporation, which has water and is trying to do ag in the area. And kind of wondering, you know, one of the things I'm kind of looking at, there's the Wailua wastewater treatment plant that needs to be relocated because of the sea level rise in Wailua. And so they had talked to us about relocating on our land, and which would be right adjacent. And maybe when they do the wastewater plant, treatment plant, that the effluent that's generated from the, I guess, current users of the existing plant, and the R1 that would be generated, we could use that to irrigate our ag lands in Wailua. Because we do have quite a bit of acreage. And I'm kind of wondering, so one of the things is we have acquired, or in the process of acquiring, about 300 acres in Lehui. And that's where all the jobs are, the hospital, the airport, you know, the county government, and just a variety of good things for our beneficiaries that are looking for an ideal place, not only to raise their family, but also where they can get a job and you know, have all the ancillary services that come with a area like Lehui. So in our master plan, and one of the things we've started to move forward on is these subsistence ag lots. And so they require irrigation. So the R1 and water coming from the treatment plant might be a perfect partnership situation for us working with the county. In fact, they've approached us about that. So they need a site to relocate their wastewater treatment plant. And you know, what better way to do it, especially if there's a dual benefit. Not only do we get this effluent water that we can turn into R1 and use it for our subsistence ag lots, but I'm also wondering, you know, not only with the subsistence ag approach, we need irrigation water, but we also need potable water. So when I read this thing about the Wailua well #1 cap, ready to go, 1 million gallons, more than sufficient to provide potable water for at least 231 lots residential. But if we were to make those lots a little bit bigger, turn them into subsistence ag lots, and then relocate our residential development to Lehui, which is a better place, we're looking to do about 1,200 with about 1,000 of those being residential. And, you know, we got, what, 1,200 on our wait list, residential, and we got a larger ag list. So, you know, This Act 279 and the strategic plan, part of it is, we can't be static. We got to kind of figure out what really makes sense, where we can enter into partnerships, where we can better use our lands. I don't have any problems with Anahola subsistence ag lots, but those lands that we're now looking to develop, it's somewhat challenging to get there because we got to do a little bit of infrastructure improvements. So we can use that million that KIUC has given us, but it's also, I don't see any potable water surfacing that area. So the subsistence ag lot approach that we're trying to push, which to me is more consistent with our Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, where we're trying to get our beneficiaries back to the Aina, to raise their food, to have a residence for their large families. So in trying to, I guess, reset and look at all the different resources we have, as well as the new resources we're picking up, it seems like water is going to be a key. But the kind of water varies. So somebody like you, Doctor, that can appreciate the value of the wastewater treatment plant, using it to feed and irrigate our ag lands, as well as the need for potable waters. I mean, what's your thoughts on that in the bigger picture?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think water is, as you said, it's absolutely critical to these shifting and evolving plans. The idea of using non-potable water, including recycled water for irrigation, is actually consistent with some of the concerns that Kanani Kagawa was raising before, because whether you take a gallon of water out of a well or a gallon of water out of a stream, that's not flowing Makai. So for the part of our being Native Hawaiian culture that depends on traditional customary practices of gathering, when you take it out of the well or you take it out of the ground, it's not flowing to the nearshore environment, it's not flowing in the stream, it has those impacts. When you use recycled water, you're avoiding that impact, yet still actually providing a way to fulfill the purposes of the trust. So I think looking at how water resources that we hold and we have access to in comprehensive ways is really the smart way to go about planning our uses. Whether or not we could take the water credits generated from the Wailua well and move them to any potential uses in Lihue will depend in part on the hydraulics of the Kauai County system. Can you physically move the water from here to
Well, not
there?
necessarily move it, because we would do subsistence ag lot, which uses potable water.
Yeah.
So
you'd use some of it.
Use
Sorry,
it
I
up there.
misunderstood.
Yeah.
I thought one of the suggestions was if we have a great well here, could we use the water in Lihue?
And do both, not just one.
Our ability to do that depends a little bit on the nature of each of the county's systems, and in this area, what the county would have to review and probably do a study to see whether or not you could physically move the water needed over there, or whether you could move some of this water maybe into Wailua, which would reduce the demand for water coming from Lihue, which would make the water available in Lihue. We're undergoing very similar discussions with the Hawaii County Department of Water Supply for North Kona, because where we want to put in wells is actually at considerable distance from where our Aina is.
Yeah, I'm like I said, one of our tasks is to reduce the wait list, which includes ag.
Yeah.
And here on Kauai, we got about 2,300 on our wait list for agriculture, and we have about 1,700 for residential. So if we can do the Lihue, if we can do the Anahola, as well as the Wailua, we're getting close to servicing that wait list. So it's an exciting time, but at the same time, we need to do it in a way that we bring in partners. And there is definitely a need on the county's part to relocate their wastewater treatment plant. They're interested in expanding Lihue. And that's an area we're getting lands from Gross Farm that is excellent, wonderful price at $60,000 an acre. And Nancy, you had something you want to say?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. All that being said, I just want to reassure our commissioners and our beneficiaries that there is a planning process that we're going to be going through. The Wailua Master Plan Environmental Assessment, on page 3 of the submittal, it does talk about
that process providing ample opportunity for DHHL beneficiary input during the master planning process to inform plan recommendations, including developing homestead lot layout configurations for beneficiary consideration and feedback. And if we are altering the land use designation, the land use plan, then we will also need to amend the Kauai Island plan as an outcome of that process. And those things are all going to come to this commission for approval.
Yeah, without a doubt, part of the process is the beneficiary consultation. So we're not looking to eliminate that. But I also, I'm very sensitive to timing. We got people dying on our wait list, and I don't need these long, drawn-out consultation process, because without a doubt, we got people who want to move into homes, whether it's subsistence ag lots or residential. So do kind of move the process along, and then also, if we can exempt it to a certain extent, I don't have a problem with that. As long as, the bottom line is we're trying to help our people on our wait list. And it's not like we're trying to do environmental damage, and because we're, cementing and building 50-story townhouse or condominium high-rises. What we are is we're trying to take an approach where it's subsistence ag lot. I think that is such a wonderful approach. We can actually take people off the ag and the residential at the same time. And then developing Lehui, I think that's where it's at for a lot of the people on our wait list. Honolulu is a beautiful place, but when you got a family, you got to go put food on the table, you need a job. And even Wailua, we're looking to develop some of the vacant industrial or commercial lands right across the street here, adjacent, or on the same side, excuse me. And so we've put out, or in the process of putting an RFP out, looking for a developer to do that. And again, it's also developing jobs and business opportunities. So a lot of things that are happening on Kauai. It's an exciting time, and look to working with the consultants as well as the beneficiaries and moving, including the commissioners. So anyway, I think I talked too much. Let's move on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Council Member Felicia Cowden, again, speaking as an individual council member. What I just handed is the agenda packet for something on the Board of Land and Natural Resources that has to do with that revocable permit that I spoke about, because it's this Friday. So since I brought it up, I just, want to just give a little bit of a sense of awareness and urgency. And forgive me, Jonathan and Nancy, if you're already totally on top of this. But this is coming up on the agenda for rescinding it. And I want to just hold to the awareness, too, that there's a 30-day 90-day no water delivery notice on that well. And so, I would hope that perhaps if DHHL was able to take that over, sell some of that water to the Department of Water, because there are people who currently do use that water, and, goes to the Moloa Irrigation Cooperative. But I think giving it, sorry to keep a phrase there, but putting it in Hawaiian hands, then you guys can be the ones to sell it out rather than giving it to the Department of Water, and then we'll decide when we get to it to be giving it to the Hawaiian homesteaders. And then I also wanted to mention, you guys had something that just came up that, oh no, okay, I guess I'm forgetting my other point. It's not on this water, but it is, all right, I should have written it down, I'm sorry. And one of the points that was just made, I know what it is, the wastewater. So I know we haven't fully made up our minds exactly what we're going to do, but definitely what we have discussed with the administration in front of council is really the desire to break that wastewater treatment plant into 2 units and put a smaller unit on the DHHL land with more of an intention for your own use, and some of it in that area, and then to put another one near the bypass, because we don't really like putting all that sewage across the river, and that to split it out in 2 different places. And I think also what had kind of come up as a thought is not to take DHHL land and always apply it to really the broad need instead of Hawaiian need. So sometimes DHHL land is applied for things like it's just public land, and so we were looking to maybe put it in 2 different places. At least that was the discussion on the floor. So that might be something that you talk to our wastewater people about as it develops, because it might be less water available right there as secondary water. Thank you.
Thank you for the information.
Transmission lines. Oh yeah, transmission lines. That's one other little piece there is our water lines that come to our surface water treatment plant. There has been a lawsuit, and it won, as saying that we need to have an environmental impact statement. So if you're working with the Board of Water, we have an environmental impact statement in process, but that never happens quickly. So when I'm hearing about the Lihui development, just wanting to encourage you to really look at where we're on the process of the EIS, so that a plan isn't made and then we don't have the water. You know, it could be something that could be there with the transmission lines. This right here is about Moloa.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand this. This is a DLNR piece of property that I guess is
On Friday, it's going to be on there.
the
This is this.
Moloa well transmission.
Yeah,
This is what you're talking about.
It's a deal in our.
It's the one you, yeah, it's DLNR.
It's on Friday, so
The problem is I know that the lines need to be remaintained, because they're all metal lines. So we'd have to do some extensive work, but it actually would give us the potable water we need. Bottled water, yeah.
people drink this water.
Yeah.
People drink this water. I really spoke about 3 different spots. The other place where I was saying we have an issue with transmission lines, that's in Lihui. Okay, on the Grove Farm property.
No, that's at 300 acres, you know. I think we ought to just.
I just kind of lost
Let's chat about it.
Okay,
So
thank you.
I'm referencing Grove Farm's transmission lines.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have one more. Pat, Hawaiian testimony.
Aloha mai kako, Pat Kahawaiola, Kyoka, Hawaiian Homestead. I am, I'm going to try, let me try, I don't know if I can start that thing. Oh, how's that? Is it, okay. Okay, yes, one of my biggest reasons for being here at this meeting is because Kauai is the only hanau of my dad and my kupuna. Kapa'ea is where my dad was born and raised, and my tutu man, tutu lily, comes from Niihau and Kauai. So, but it bothers me only to the fact, I think, as the last speaker mentioned, that the devil's going to be in the details. Mr. Chair, you paint very rosy pictures of how you want to help the Native Hawaiians, and I think it's good, but then the devil's always going to be in the details. And I was concerned about the Lihui land. As far as I know, what I've learned myself is that the Grove Farm and Eisenberg. It's amazing that there's another place we're dealing with Eisenberg in Mo'iliili, and this Eisenberg here, the due diligence I hope has been done, and that these lands are not toxic. Okay, they're not toxic. Like we got Maku, Lalamilo, Ukapu, we got UXO, toxic. And now we're getting these lands, that wonderful lands. You talked about the price being wonderful, but if we got toxic land, it's not wonderful for Native Hawaiians. You see, for have them to go through the same issues, having to get land. I appreciate the fact that you believe that putting some of a wastewater treatment plant on our property, if it was to take care of the 82 units you're trying to build, again, the devils are going to be in the details. But if it's going to be, because I was waiting for an individual, and I know I sent you an email also, Mr. Chair, from a Mr. Fujimoto. He's the wastewater guy on Kauai. And that has to do with why is it that the Department of Hawaiian Homes has to convey this agreement they're going to make with you, Mr. Chair, is to convey two pumps to maybe correct if there's to be some kind of a outfall resiliency, I think the word they use. But we're having to convey two pumps at the cost of $260,000 to the county of Kauai so they can get there, or we can build our 82 homes. So I have a serious question with that, and I would really want to just end about the toxicity. When that individual was there earlier talking about this renewable energy on Railroad Avenue, that land was on the sheer Pacific at one time, right next to Hansudor. It is contaminated. Ken's towing went there. It's contaminated with oil, contaminated. So full with homeless people now, again, for the third time, but it is contaminated. So please, I hope the individual is listening to this. Are you prepared to give a community benefit for contamination? By all means, I'll be the first guy standing in line. But again, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me the opportunity to at least share my brief concerns about the island of Kauai, and that's the aina of my whole kupuna, my mom, my dad, and my kupuna. Aloha.
Okay, aloha. Let's see, we have come to the end of today's agenda. Mahalo nui for participating. Tonight's community meeting is scheduled to begin at 6:30 p.m. at King Kamuali'i Elementary School Cafeteria at 4380 Hanamaulu Road, Lehui, Hawaii 96766. Tomorrow's agenda will begin at 9:30 a.m. We are recessed for the day.